My name is John Witherspoon. I was born in Scotland, a minister by calling, an educator by trade, never expecting to become a revolutionary. I came to America to lead a college. Back then, it was known as the College of New Jersey. You know it today as Princeton University. I crossed the sea to shape minds, yet found myself helping to shape a nation. At the First Continental Congress, when some said independence was premature, I rose and spoke out. The country is not only ripe for the measure, but in danger of rotting for the want of it. I sacrificed much. The British destroyed my home and my college. Those were material things and could be rebuilt. But I could never replace my dear son, James. In the Battle of Germantown in 1777, he made the ultimate sacrifice. For my son and my adopted country, I did not waver. Liberty must be built not only on strength, but on principle, on conscience, and on courage. Let those who inherit this nation never forget, freedom is a gift, but it is also a test.
Jeff Bezos. My name is Mary Hill. I'm a 72-year-old warehouse worker at one of your facilities. When we struggle from paycheck to paycheck, from week to week, really angers me. Because if it weren't for every associate in every Amazon facility, he wouldn't have all those zeros behind his name. Shame on you, Jeff Bezos. The people that need to be being celebrated at the Met Gala are the workers, people like me. We deserve that celebration. We deserve so much more than we're getting. There's power in numbers, and there's more of us than there are of you. Remember, Jeff, ordinary people like myself that helped make you billionaires, if we built it, we can tear it down. Think about that tonight, okay? After that bottle of champagne when you go to bed. We're going to keep growing, and we're going to keep building, and we're going to keep protesting, and we're going to keep marching, and we're going to keep fighting this dystopian culture. We're not stopping. We're just getting cranked up. Enjoy your damn gala.
This is the world that you know. The world as it was at the end of the 20th century. It exists now only as part of a neural interactive simulation that we call the Matrix. You've been living in a dream world, Neo. This is the world.
Cameras on, we're going live tonight. American pride and patriot fight. The white rabbit has taken flight. Knock, knock, sleepy Neo, this is for real. We're swallowing red pills left and right. Come and overdose with us Tuesday night. They say we're crazy, say we've gone too far, but we're just truth seekers under the dome. Don't be mad at us, Google Chrome. They laugh, they mock, they think we're insane. Please just use your effing brain. This is the UPC where real Americans are standing up, taking control of the matrix we keep dying for. You don't like it, you can leave. If you wanna complain, call the damn 6 screens, cause we're already detached from deep state machines. They say we're crazy, they say I've gone too far, ready to drown us with feathers and tar. If you're still in our country, we haven't gone far enough. They love to hate us, thinking we've gone insane, but we could care less. They don't know our pain. save us, Jesus Christ. Oh, come me to light the flame. But if I say Christ is king, oops, I'm anti-Semitic too. This is the UPC where real Americans are standing up, taking control of the matrix we keep dying for. You don't like it, you can leave. If you wanna complain, call the damn six screens, cause we're already detached from deep state machines.
Hello, everybody. What's good?
What's up?
How is the sound? How does
The
it
sound is
sound?
fine. The sound is fine.
It's good.
Jimmy, why are you all dressed up?
That's what I'm getting ready, that's what I'm getting ready to explain in a second. But we are going to we have to give Ruby some crap for oversleeping.
I was wondering what was going on because it was like 5 minutes before, and I get a notification because I like follow the page. I'm like, do we have a live today? Do we have a live today? 5 minutes later, I was getting ready to jump on another podcast. It's like, hey, they're going live, and I'm like, crap. Now I have to choose.
I called Ruby at 7:30 because the reason I'm dressed up is I had a work event that I had to be at tonight. The state manager asked me to do something, and it's not too often the state manager reaches out to ask me to do something. So I said, you know what? Yeah, I'll do him a favor. And because, you can always cash a favor in later when you need it. So I was 2 hours away. I literally just got home. But while I was on the road, my phone was blowing up. Jimmy, is there a show tonight? Are y'all going live tonight? So I'm having to send voice text to everybody to let them know that I don't know what's up with Ruby. Let me try to call her. And then I call her and she's like, hello? I'm like, I said, are you sleeping? That's 9:05 or something like that. So I'm gonna let you guys give her some crap because I was gonna be late anyway. So I'm gonna jump off for a little bit because I've got to change clothes. I got to get my studio set up real quick. I got to grab me some coffee. So Ruby said that Beau had an email that she might want him to talk about. So you guys carry on, and I'll be back in a little while. But I'm gonna keep listening to hear what y'all say. So.
Yeah. So I just want to let you guys know, though, I might have to leave. Well, I will have to leave when someone shows up at my house. We had a death in our family. I can take care of that. And then on top of that, I'm actually on call. So if it happens, I'll just have to immediately leave. So if nothing happened to me. So you guys know, I have to work. So
yeah.
The Illuminati got Beau finally.
Yeah. I'm gone.
Finally, he goes down today.
Well, yeah. I should be back in, I'd say 20, 30 minutes or so. But so hopefully Beau can stick around. Hope you don't get called in between now and then. So y'all can talk about what he sent to Ruby. All right, guys. Enjoy it. I'll be back in a little while.
All right. Bye, Jimmy. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, guys. Throw everything you got at me. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know I was sleeping, but it was so good. I slept like a baby.
You could have just told me that it was a time zone change, and I've been like, oh, shit, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
And I knew that Jimmy was going to be late, and I totally forgot, bro. But you know what? My birthday just passed on Sunday. I officially hit the 30. I am 30 years old. And I feel it, guys.
Happy birthday, even though it's late. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, bro. Like, bedtime is 7 p.m. in my house. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my word. I am exhausted. But thank God for you guys, man. You see, this is why I love you guys. Dave and Beau and Jimmy and all of you guys. You guys keep me young. You guys keep me accountable. Thank you so much.
I mean, I'm kind of with Beau, honestly. You would have said, you could have been like, it's a time zone change. I'd be like, look at my phone, be like, well, I am in Mongolia. So that does make sense. Right. Because I can never get the times accurate because of like different podcasts and stuff I go on, right? So it'll be like
Mhm.
12 hours distance, like Eastern time, and then there's like the Central West Coast Pacific, and Mountain time.
Jimmy doesn't, yeah, man. Jimmy don't cut me no slack. He says he's gonna be 53 on Friday. No excuses. Damn, Jimmy. You see, this is why you guys are so much better than me.
Oh,
But I'm
young
so
bird.
happy. Yeah, and Jimmy's the only one that has and my phone number and Beau as well. So I would have been cooked. I could have slept till tomorrow. So thank God you guys are keeping me on my toes. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being so like loyal and dedicated to the UPC that even I am late sometimes and you guys are here. You know what I'm saying? Like I love that, even though I slack sometimes.
Here's something weird, Ruby. I
What?
just dawned on this now because I had no idea how old you were,
Mm-hmm.
but you're only a couple years older than my oldest daughter.
Wow, that's crazy. So
I
you
know.
guys could be my dad.
I
couldn't be. Maybe I don't know how Beau is. I'm 37, so that means that I would have been 7 years old
Yeah.
if I was your dad.
Okay. Damn, man.
Well, I mean, my oldest daughter isn't biologically mine, so I mean, I get a little room there, but I'm 44, I think.
Oh, wow.
I kind of forgot my birthdays. So I'm getting up there with Jimmy. Me and Jimmy are pretty close in that. Yeah.
You're
Mhm.
already over the hill. It's just
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
downhill.
Obviously, if you guys know what's been going on, the whole body's falling apart.
Exactly. Yo, I can't believe it.
Oh
And
my
I
gosh.
started this new job. Oh, so like
Yeah.
okay, we'll give like a little life update. I started a new night job because I was looking for something for so long that would fit my schedule. And I specifically requested Tuesday nights off so that I can do this, obviously, right? And I totally fell asleep. So that's on me. Sorry guys. You could and you know what's so funny? Julian said, I guess we on Latina time. Yo, I was crying backstage. We must be on Latina time, yo.
I saw
That's
that.
so
Yeah.
messed up, guys.
Dude.
That is so messed up, but it's true, man. I was so exhausted. But listen, we're here now, so you guys got to give it to me. Let me know if anybody else wants to join. Hit the link. I'm gonna put it again in the chat. If you guys have seen or heard anything, question, comments, concern, click that link and share with us because a lot of stuff has been happening this week and I have not looked into anything. I heard there was another shooting at the White House, I believe. Was that yesterday or something? I don't even know.
There was I honestly don't know a whole lot about that one. I mean, you know about the one the guy ran into the room, and there's that one, and I guess there was
Yeah,
another one, and
yeah.
then there was an attempt on JD Vance too, or
That's
the
the
one that
one.
was supposed to be for JD Vance, I guess. But I don't know details. I just saw it in passing.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, so
At
that
some
happened
point, you just
recently.
got to say it's ridiculous because there's been like what 6 assassination attempts or something on multiple people within the past like 3 months,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it also shows you that either one, it's a cultural issue, or somebody is really desperate to get at him to stop him from doing something, and that's kind of what I had sent to you, Ruby, was
Mhm.
what we speculate could be one of the major reasons why things are happening the way they are, because it doesn't
I,
seem to be very coordinated, honestly.
yeah, I was gonna say I feel like it's more cultural issue than like someone in power because it's like if you look at historically people in power, right? You could talk about the deep state, you could talk about the CIA.
Mhm.
If they want you dead, you will be dead,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
So that's why I don't discount what you're saying, but I'm leaning more towards this is either a cultural issue or something other than an organized attempt because organized I mean like you look at the organized attempt like JFK was taken down, right? And
Yep.
that was an organized attempt, right? And that was a sitting president. So it's been proven in America and other countries that these things can happen. But if you look at what's happening and what they're showing and like just the whole situation versus like how it's actually done, they look nothing alike whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. So I got your email,
Mhm.
Beau, and if you, I mean, let me know which one you want to do first. There was 6 bullet points that I think were really great, but I have not dived into any of them, so it would be brand new information for me.
Do you know before I get into that part,
Hmm.
I think it'd be easier to kind of talk about with the screenshots. Did you get the screenshots? Did they come out
Yeah.
okay?
Yep. I got it.
Is there any chance you could bring up the one that is from the Guardian?
Yes. Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay. And I'll
Okay.
zoom in.
So this is what I want to. This is what we. This is deep state. Okay.
Mhm.
So all these things that we've been talking about, this is actual evidence of what it is. So here, the Guardian is talking about the Crown, which is England, and we're talking about nearly 40% of dirty money, human trafficking, drugs, is done through them. So this is where all the drug lords, all the human traffickers keep all their money. Not so we know now. If you guys have seen the show, anything Ruby and Jimmy have talked about when Zelensky attacked, when they're supposed to be having a peace treaty going with Russia and Ukraine, and then for whatever reason Zelensky decided to attack a bunch of their military planes and went after their nuclear bombers, and then peace talks with the crap. And remember, Trump got pissed and he's like, "I don't know what the f they're doing." If you guys remember
Mhm.
that. So with that going down, we know that England told Zelensky to do that now. So this information is coming out, and so what is so relevant right now is Russia has publicly announced that Trump and Putin agree that the war is continuing because this is a European model for imperial. This is the imperial model, which
Yep.
the English government still runs off of, and it requires other countries to be at war and using proxies. And what else is coming out is that proxies that are coming through Iran were actually being funded by MI6, which is the CIA version of the Brits.
Yep.
So not only, and so when Trump said, okay, uh, we're going to we're going to stop all the ships coming, and the British were like, well, we're not going to pay, because the British run off a tax system where you have to pay for them for every ship that comes in, and then they're protecting. So what the British have been doing is they're creating these terrorist groups that terrorize stuff, and then other countries are paying them to protect their boats coming through. And now Trump came in there and said, okay, we're not doing this anymore. And we're going to take on that responsibility, and we're going to absorb that insurance money for those tankers and other ships. And so now this has destroyed the business model that the British Empire is using. And this is why the king went over to go talk to Trump.
Yep. He's
Mm.
trying to rebuild the relationship that the US and the UK have, both militarily but also financially, because America does prop up this system.
Yeah. So our previous presidents have been working for MI6 and doing the bidding of the crown. Like, I mean, if you know how British intelligence works and you know how close we are with the Brits and the royal family, this is why the royal family has never been happy with Trump and why they hated Trump in the first term. Because
Mhm.
me and Ruby have talked about this. Trump put in laws in places to attack companies that were doing human trafficking.
Mhm.
40% of their income is coming from that shit. So
Wow.
Yep.
this is why the crown. So I want you guys to think about this. The Queen of England. Now they just they just came out with a book saying that she was completely known. Everything was going on. She was, MI6 was reporting to her, and she knew everything that was going on. So that means that the Queen of England, the one who recently passed, is one of the most evilest people on the face of the planet. If you think about this, because this information is true, and now um, this YouTube channel here that this woman is part of, they the woman who runs it was part of the administration for JFK,
Mhm.
and they've been studying the British Empire and what they're doing and the criminal activities, and I mean, obviously it's no shock that they're involved in crime. I mean, the US, everyone else, I mean, crime is just part of the way giant, like, I don't want to say corporations, but giant, like, countries are. The image, if you don't mind, the one that says, "Does anyone else see the irony of this?"
Mm-hmm.
Would you
In
mind
the
showing
email.
that? Yeah,
Okay,
and you'll
let's
see that,
see.
and it'll have people clapping.
Does anyone else see the irony in this? Okay.
So the reason why I want to show everyone this and talk about this, and I know you guys have already talked about now in a joking manner, we're making fun of them because we hate Trump because he is he's acting like a king, but then when the actual king comes over, we're clapping like seals.
Who's we? Who's we?
Democrat.
Because exactly, which is
Every
why we
single one of
mentioned this
them.
last time.
Yeah.
It was disgusting. It is so hypocritical. That's exactly what I'm talking about with these people.
I could
And
go
that's
on for
because they're fake.
days about this.
They're absolutely fake. This movement is not real. So the No Kings protesters are almost all paid actors. We've explained this. We've talked about this. They're being funded by George Soros. George Soros, guys, so everyone understands that name we're always talking about, especially this community, because we know about a certain church that he belongs to. He is known and has been part of MI6.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
so
knew
this
that.
now this is the part that's really is Trump and his administration are openly talking about this stuff now. They're openly talking about what the Brits have been doing and telling other countries, and they're making alliances with other Middle Eastern countries and saying, "Hey, the dirty money that the Brits are doing, this imperial system is no longer acceptable." And this is why he keeps on talking about the American system, because we've been
Yep.
off the American system for a long time and on the imperial system. The imperial system is the British system. And all the wars that we have dealt with and all the never-ending attacks, never-ending wars, every country we attacked was because they were going away from the British banking system and they were being punished for it. And we were the enforcer.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
there's a similar dynamic going on in other countries with Switzerland, because Switzerland is the other 60%, and Switzerland is a part of the imperial model. Because many you may or may not know this, but like during the time of the 40s, right, and a certain group of people losing all of their wealth and assets that was transferred by a certain artist to Switzerland, and they still have that wealth to this day, and they are tied to that imperial system, right? But yeah, it's well known that George Soros is was a member of MI6. My father actually talked about that because my father works in IT, and he used to work in Scotland Yard. He's from England, right? And what's interesting is in America, if I were to talk to you, right, if we were to have this podcast all sitting in America and a bunch of Americans watching, I were to tell you that Princess Diana was assassinated, Americans would lose their mind, be like, no, it was a car accident, whatever. You bring my father into this, or other British police into this, or any English people over, you talk about in England, everybody knows it was an assassination.
Oh, yeah. Because
100%.
she found out about the trafficking and was talking about it openly.
Yeah.
And
She
but
was
I
100
believe that.
Father, that's why
she
her
was
father
100%.
sorry.
Oh yeah, that's why she was 100% against it, and that's why like the accident was staged as it is, because that's pretty common with like the British system in general, right? People aren't assassinated like with Mossad, like MI6, and you can look up this up, and historically, people tend to die in accidents. You mean, and I've debated Americans on this before, but it's like, you mean to tell me that a driver who needs a top secret security clearance to drive the heads of state magically gets drunk, and they all get into a car that magically has issues, right? It just like magically malfunctions, and there are broken parts, right? Because that was an aspect of the thing. The driver lost control because of, intoxication, as well as there might have been something wrong with the car. You mean to tell me that a head of state in England has a drunk driver and has defective vehicles in their possession? Really? Like, nobody does this now. Like, your average person, if your friend is drunk, you're not getting in a car with them, right? And you're not getting in a car with them if it's a shit car that they've had issues with.
Well, okay, hold on, because I do believe that this conspiracy theory, but I also do believe that during that time Diana was like 50-50, 50-50, like with the family. You know what I'm saying? Like she was already divorced, she was already dating somebody else. She could have been considered a threat for breaking the rules and stuff like that. So I wouldn't doubt it either way. I believe both
Yeah,
stories though. I believe both narratives. Either way, I what does that have to do with us? If I
exactly.
may
Well,
ask.
so what that has to do is like this is all tied to the system, and you actually brought it up, and this is my point. Why do I talk about Princess Diana in this case? Because she was one of the first whistleblowers on this conversation that we are talking about, that Beau is bringing up. She was one of the very first whistleblowers, and she was killed for it. I would argue, and I'm not an expert on American history, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I would argue JFK was also one of the first whistleblowers on the deep state, where he knew
Yeah,
about the deep
that's
state.
where I
That
was
became
going before
okay.
we went. Yeah, so I appreciate
Okay.
that. So yeah, so JFK was against the imperial system and wanted to go back to the American
Mhm.
system. And so,
Hmm.
and you guys are wondering what we're talking about. We're talking about the America first. So we're going to
Hmm.
build stuff here. We're building our chips here. Our power plants are going to be here. Our metal and steel companies are going to be here. All the stuff that Trump is doing right now is the American system that the Brits were having us stop and put us onto their system. And their system is the banking system, the credit system, all this crap that Americans are starving to death and that we're completely losing. I mean, you know how many Americans are, on the banking system the way it is now, where everyone is putting things on credit, 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 credit.
Mhm.
That is part of the imperial system.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before a while back.
Mhm.
Jimmy called it something else. I think it was called
Corporation
something
versus
else.
republics.
Yeah, I think it was like what in the 1800s or something like that, where there was a deal made or something like I forgot, Jimmy. What was it called, Jimmy? If you could type it in the chat, it was called something else. It was like a basically like a sellout to Britain and that were secretly owned by them or something.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, that's true. A lot of our companies are owned by the Brits, and there's contracts that we are owned underneath them. Um, so the Federal Reserve. Now you're gonna, Ruby, you're gonna recognize this date. So
Hmm.
the Federal Reserve operated the Reserve Bank of the United States officially opened for business on November 16th, 1914.
Mm. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah,
word.
yeah, yeah. Restructuring the nation's bank system. Okay, so the Act of 1871. That's what he's talking about. Is
Yeah,
that
that's the one. Yeah.
yeah?
Mhm.
So that goes. So there obviously there's that, and then in 1914 is when obviously we had our Reserve Bank, and then we basically have been under the Brits since then. But I just thought it was really interesting when I seen that 1914. I was like, wait a minute. So
Mhm.
this is basically when the U.S. money systems was becoming part of the New World Order, and we all know
Mhm.
like what group was saying that the world was going to change and that their new system was coming in 1914. Well, a new system did come in 1914 for the United States, and it was British rule,
Right. Right.
but not
Which
through
doesn't make
power, but through
sense. Right.
economics. So,
Right.
there's that, and then I just want to show another example of this. This is something I think is kind of weird. And you can, if I had Jimmy's hat, I'd put it on the conspiracy hat. But I know you guys did a fantastic job, and I don't want to go too much into it about the SPLC. But that one that has the four images of the YouTubers. Would you show that? It'll say Southern Poverty Law Center.
Okay, I'm sorry. Repeat that again?
Would you be able to show the picture that I sent you, the one that says Southern Poverty Law Center? It's got like wording at the top, and then there's four faces on the bottom of it.
Got it. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you had this on there because we mentioned
Yeah.
it
Okay.
last week. Mhm.
Yes, and I watched your guys' video just so you know why I was sick.
Mhm.
It was so good. You guys did so good. So I don't want to go too much because you guys are phenomenal with this last week. But when this went down, okay, so the SPLC was giving money to the KKK. Now, not only are they giving money to the KKK, but remember they're being charged federally for this. So there's criminal activity and there's money laundering taking place. All these YouTubers all of a sudden leave the United States and go on vacation all at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, now here's the thing. Every single one of these is an anti-Trumper, but used to become America first. So what I speculate, and we don't know this yet, and it probably won't come out, but I think that they were probably getting paid, just like the KKK, and they were scared shitless, and that's why they fled the country.
Well, stop it. I
I
don't
think
believe that at all.
and because I mean, what are the odds that they would all do this at the exact same time? I mean, how often do people leave the country? But
well, here's the thing: why
conspiracy
Italy?
hat.
Well, yeah, and I get that, but I in that episode I agreed with Ruby because like if you're gonna flee the country, right? You don't go to Italy because Italy has an extradition treaty with the United States. You go to Moldova, where they have an extradition treaty with no one, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if they were scared shitless, even they could be subpoenaed in Italy, and U.S. Marshals could track them and get them legally to Italy if they were, involved in the case. But also, why would they come back, right? Like, if they're going to be subpoenaed, right? So let's say they were scared.
Happened. I mean,
well, nothing that happened that people saw, right? Yeah. But the U.S. government and like the federal government isn't, publicly saying in the news today we are subpoenaing so and so for this specific case. No, they wouldn't know. So why would they come back? Because this case is still ongoing. Like anyone in any
I agree with what you're saying, but we don't know who's all being charged in this. I just think that the timing is super bizarre because I'm just going to use Candace Owens for example. So Candace Owens was a leftist YouTuber, right? And then she switched over, and then she is married to a royal now.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's a royal. I mean, he's a very rich
yeah, but he's
guy.
part of the royal families, though. He's in that family. He's related.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
hang on. You're talking about Candace Owens, right?
Candace Owens' husband. Yeah.
Yeah, George Farmer. Yeah,
George Farmer.
I follow Candace. I've seen all those interviews, and I was really I followed her through all of that. Right. In my book, it does not raise any red flags for me with Candace. Maybe a yellow flag, but not red.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at his father. I mean, he's a member of the House of Lords, but he's not technically a royal family.
Right, member. Right. But they're very rich.
Okay. Yeah, he's not the actual royal family, but I mean, you have a titleship. Is what I was.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, in England, if you're in the government, I mean, if you're the mayor of London, you have a titleship. That's
so
not
so
that
that
that's
title
just
doesn't
England.
really mean anything. Because when I was seeing that, I was thinking, okay, he's a royal, like he's got some kind of connection, like related to like a cousin.
I mean, yeah, there's status, like so titles can like all titles indicate status, but when it comes to like nobility, there's a specific set of titles. Right. So he is known as Baron Farmer, but if you're part of the royal family,
nobility.
You'll have a title like nobility. You'll have like the Duke of Windsor, Beau, the Duke of Windsor, not Baron.
Okay.
That's different. Yeah, so it's a different set of things. And I mean, he's a businessman and entrepreneur, so the title Baron would fit because in English history, land barons are a thing. You know nobility and you might rub shoulders with them on occasion, but you're less than them. You're off.
See that's going to be an error on my part because the way I didn't know this because the way the people that were showing me this to me were telling me that he's blood related to some royal families.
I'm just looking it up now, and I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, not on the surface level. You would have to really dive deep to reach something like that. Because on the surface, no, he's just a wealthy guy, and they own land and titles and status because they got money. But he's just a regular dude.
I mean, if you go back like 10 generations, you might find something. But I mean, even I can trace my genetics to nobility.
That it was something like here and now, and so I was like, oh well, that's pretty weird. But if that's the case, and it was just based on because of his job title, then what I'm saying and speculating doesn't really do anything.
Mhm.
I'm wrong, basically, is what I'm saying.
I
Oh, it's all good.
mean, like I
Or
said,
am
it's
I?
not a red flag, but it's definitely a yellow flag. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes me
Yeah.
look twice at Candace, but not too much where I distrust her. I trust her more than I do any other commentator, if that makes
How do you
sense.
feel about the Tucker Carlson stuff and the email stuff coming out?
Oh, I don't
With this,
trust him not one bit. So I
yeah.
haven't followed him in a very long time. Once I found out his father was like ex CIA or whatever, I already knew he's a plant. So whatever he does or he says, I don't listen to it at all.
Yeah.
Just because of
Same.
that. I don't know what he's up to or what he's talking about, nothing.
The
Same.
other thing that I had for you, Ruby, that I was curious what your opinion is,
Mhm.
the COVID-19 thing.
Hold on. Wait. Pause, because you brought up the SL. Let me get it again.
The SPLC.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
SPLC.
yeah. I mean, I was just speculating with that. That's really all I had about it.
Okay,
I thought
so
that he was
mhm.
related to a royal, like as far as a cousin
Okay.
or something, and so that's why I thought, well, that's really weird. And then I was like, well, these other guys, I just thought the fact that they're all anti-Trumpers and they all happen to leave at the same time was a bizarre coincidence that didn't seem normal to me.
Okay, but hold on, because that organization, we kind of touched on it last week. They were the ones who were funding
The
the
KKK.
like race baiting, right? And
Yeah.
getting people riled up with that by funding those groups, right? But
Yes.
there was something that Jimmy mentioned, so I'll wait for him to come back and hopefully I remember to bring it up, where he said that these same exact YouTubers who now have their own platforms like Megyn Kelly, Candace, etc., Tucker, that Fox was funding them through that corporation. And
Oh, really?
yeah, so it was kind of like they were
Ooh.
kind
So we
of
are right. So I was right. Huh?
y-
Huh?
yeah, like similar line of thinking, just wrong organization. Because
Okay.
Jimmy said he kind of thought about that or believed in that. You know,
Mhm.
like when Tucker got fired and they made a huge thing out of it and it was all over the news. Remember, they were like, "Oh, he got fired." Then Candace got fired, and it was like left and right, people getting canceled. And
Yeah.
I guess Jimmy was coming from that. This was all planned and manufactured by Fox themselves.
And it
So
would make
even
sense. I mean, they
yeah,
want to get into
because
the YouTube field, but who gives a fuck what
exactly.
Fox says on YouTube? Like, does anyone here have any subscription to any news channel on their YouTube?
No, not me.
I'm just
Nope.
kidding. Anyone in the audience? Do any of you guys watch the news on your phone?
I mean, I
Let
get
me
my
know, Kat.
news. Yeah, I get news from either like people I trust on
Yeah.
Facebook back in America, or like you people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
so
Well, I
like
mean,
Ruby will bring up something because we tend to. I notice ever since I started hanging out on this show, we tend to talk about the same things, and so Ruby will bring something up, and I'll be like, "All right, cool," and then I'll
Mhm.
go like on a deep dive, you know.
Right.
So
But
yeah,
other
Ruby
than
is
that,
my
no.
news source.
yeah. Oh yeah. Just so you guys know, all this imperial stuff I've been talking about, it is all Jimmy and Ruby's fault from your last show. I'm just telling you right now. I was like, and then when I was like, oh wait a minute, how did I miss all this? And I was like, oh, and I was like, and then I'm going through all my notes of the other thing that I'm involved in, and I went,
Yeah.
wait a minute, this is all the same people and same stuff. I was
Oh.
like, how did I not put this together? Apparently, I'm not
Right.
that smart.
Right.
I'm just gonna throw that out there.
I mean, you're on the right road, just
Yeah,
a different lane. You know what I'm saying? Like we're getting there. We just have to get the right information, which is what we just which is why we talk about this type of stuff.
yeah.
Just want to say hi to Leonard really quickly. Leonard, did you want to share anything? Go right ahead, jump in.
Yes, well, first I want to say happy birthday to you, Ruby,
Thank you.
and happy early Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah.
And well, I just want to hear what did did one of you wanted to share something about the COVID-19, because I want to hear that first before so I can have a say so about that.
Yes.
B.
Yeah, we're gonna
Oh,
we're
okay,
gonna
yeah.
dive into that right now. Real quick before we dive into that, just one last question about the Diana subject. Dave said that she was a whistleblower. What do you mean by that? Because I don't remember or recall anything that Diana leaked
So
about
it wasn't so much
them.
leaking, it was working internally, and I don't have any like news sites or anything to
Okay.
prove because it was scrubbed. But she did meet with JFK more than once, right? And
Okay.
then the American news media like they basically presented it as like an affair, but in reality it was a series of meetings, right? And I find it interesting, and this is something that I speculate on, and I don't have the news sources anymore because they've been scrubbed, but like she and JFK were in alignment on worldview and on how things should be and the dissatisfaction with the British imperial system, and conveniently both of them were killed.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, that was just my quick question.
Mhm.
Let's dive into the COVID stuff. So let me see what you got here, Beau.
Oh, this
COVID
is gonna be
19
juicy, guys.
doctors arrested linked to Fauci. Go ahead.
Okay, so just so we understand what's going on here, we know that Fauci is being accused of mishandling information and lying to the government. We know the Democrat Party said this is bullcrap, not true. We know that Biden said he's the greatest thing since,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, spilt milk. The reality of it is what had happened is Fauci's number two guy, which is Dr. Morens,
Mm-hmm.
he's been arrested for conspiracy and destruction of federal records. This is what they found out. So, just so you guys understand what Fauci did, why this is so important, why Fauci and why he's willing to die on this. Fauci invested basically his entire fortune, from what I've been seeing and heard, into the vaccine, which a lot of people did. This is why they wouldn't let it fail. This is why they're forcing it on you. This is the
Mhm.
part that is scary as shit because I'm one of these people. They did this testing with people. They did testing on people and they had heart attacks from it. And it was
Mhm.
recorded. And they hid that information and didn't let the public know, and that he destroyed some of those records and got caught. Now, there was emails that were sent out where he was, get this, bragging about the people who died from the COVID vaccine. That's how they found out.
Yep.
So when Australia and all these other countries were telling you that young people's heart attack ratios have went up by 1,000%, it's because of COVID-19. COVID-19's jab, which is what caused this. And so this is being released by the Trump administration. And so they haven't got to Fauci yet because they have to, he's linked, but is not proof yet that Fauci knew. But obviously,
Okay.
this is his number two guy. And so there's a high likelihood that they're going to link Fauci to this and other doctors. And well, they're already in the process of prosecuting people for this. Now, the reason why this means so much to me is I was forced to take that and it gave
Mm-hmm.
me a TIA 5 hours later.
Mm.
Wow.
So, I
I
don't know
fell
if you
through the
guys
cracks.
if you guys ever notice that sometimes, when I talk in my dialect, there are certain words I'll try to say and they don't come out correctly, that is because of the injury.
That
And
actually makes sense because that's one of the reasons why. Because I was following COVID
Mhm.
when I was living in and working at Wells Fargo in Utah because they were very adamant about taking the jabby jab,
Yeah.
right? And what I ended up discovering was it was a money making thing, even in the beginning from my own experience because I never took it, but you had to do the nasal swab every week, which is what because the labs make money off of the swabs too. So they
Yeah.
make money both ways. Either you take the jab and they make money, or you say no, you're not going to take it, and then you do the nasal swab. Well, come to find out, my name and like employee number is not on one of the vials, as was several other people. And I text my boss and I'm like, do I have to get the jab or do I do the like, what do I do? There's no swab here. And like 10 minutes later, I get a text from someone higher than my boss saying, "Don't worry about it. It's on the lab. You don't have to do it anymore." And so I just fell through the cracks entirely. But yeah, I have heard about that, and it's interesting to see the different dynamics globally, because in the West they were very much pushing it because they could make money off of it. Whereas and they're hiding it. Like, I'm glad Beau brought this up because I wanted to talk about this. Because in the West, and it's not just America, but there have been people in other Western countries, like England, part of the imperial system, right, that destroyed some of this evidence so they could invest in the jabby jab and make a ton of money. Whereas I found out over here, there's a lot of people here haven't taken the vaccine at all. It was never pushed. And if you do want a vaccine, the actual vaccine is very different than like what the American pharmaceutical companies have, right? Than like Pfizer and all the other ones, right? It's completely different, and it's like free, right? You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to invest in it, right? It's there if you want it, but it's completely optional. It was never forced.
Leonard, what was your thought about the COVID stuff?
Honestly, I really do believe that the COVID situation was a setup for fear, because from what they told us in the beginning of it was, stay in your home for 15 days. Then they said 30 days. And that's when they started going into having those phases. And when the time came for the phases to be over, they extended the day of the phases, and which to me, I think would get your words out. To me, which I think was crazy, because they just told us so much of lies until they just gotten in the rhythm of lying, and that's what kept everybody in fear. And they just kept telling us to wear a mask, wear a face covering, put on a whole box of gloves, stay 6 feet apart. And honestly, to me, as I said, it was just a setup for fear.
And control.
Because when you look at it, there was the Ebola. We didn't have to stay 6 feet apart. We didn't have to wear no face mask and gloves or anything. And if we had to do that, how come people didn't do it way back when the Black Plague existed? How come we don't have to do that with the common cold?
Yeah.
I mean,
those are all good points, Leonard. It's a psyop.
Well, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Designed to control, to see how far they could push you before you would say, "No, you're not taking my rights." And they found out that people were willing to give up their rights if they're scared.
Well, and to Beau's point, it was a test, because if you look at Asian countries, like China is kind of the exception, but if you look at very strict countries like where I live, Mongolia, or Japan, or South Korea, they didn't have to go to the extremes that they did with America in the West, because these populations are pretty well controlled. If people are sick, they stay home, they wear masks, they stay 6 feet apart. It's already a very regulated society in Japan and South Korea, right? It's very strict and everything is controlled, right? So they didn't have to go to that degree. They didn't even do that in India. Nobody cared. Or like Africa. But like in the West, that's where they really have to push it, because if you want to have like a global government, like a one world government that controls everyone, the West has to break, right? Because the West has to break period. And so it was a test to see what they could get away with. Because I mean, even in Shanghai, like China, like locked everyone in their apartment buildings and like sealed the doors shut, and nobody cared, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not them they have to go after. It's the West. It's America. It's Europe. It's Australia. It's Canada. They have to break before it can become universal, simply because the money is there.
Have you guys with the COVID? Have you guys seen the I forgot what the job is, but there's people that they take your blood and then they look at the blood through the microscopes, but it's a high powered microscope. And
Phlebotomy.
is that what it is? So I had watching this, and they were talking about they were talking that they had never seen this until the vaccine, but they said that when certain equipment was turned on in the room, that this tentacle looking octopus looking creature was in the blood, and it would like open up like in when I saw it, what it looked like to me, it looked like an anemone, like how they bring themselves in, and then when the frequency would go away or certain kind of lights were shined on it, it would retract, and people
That's
don't know what the hell it
crazy.
is. And so there's speculation that it's some kind of viral contamination, or is it nanotechnology? I was
Well,
curious
there's
if you
even
guys have heard about this.
I actually have, not about that specifically, but so I never took the jab,
Yeah.
but I did get COVID twice when I was in America, and here in Mongolia, they've taken my blood, right? And phlebotomists have taken my blood for like routine things and other health things I've been going through, right? And they look at it and they'd be like, "Did you take the jabby jab in America?" I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Okay, do you have a family history of like clotting issues or blood problems?" And I'm like, "No, I have thicker blood." And like doctors here in Asia have no idea why. So to your point, phlebotomists have been seeing things like that and just irregularities with human biology, not just with the jab, but with COVID-19 in general, right? Because people who have COVID, right, they'll go to the doctor. And I've heard about this not just here, but in America too. My friends who have COVID and never took the jab, they went to the doctor before and everything was fine. And then they go back to the doctor and the doctor's like, what did you do? Like, what is going on with your blood? We don't know. Right. So something about
Weird.
COVID-19 itself
Mhm.
alters like the DNA and RNA in the blood system. Right. And
Yeah.
ironically, I wouldn't call it an official prescription, but one of the recommendations the doctors gave me is to have a daily a daily beer, because it thins the blood. And ever since that point, I haven't had migraines. Because when I first came here, I was having migraines left and right. I was having like breathing issues. Um, because the cardiopulmonary system is tied to the lungs, right? And they're like, just drink a reasonable amount of alcohol because it thins the blood. Zero health issues ever since.
Wow.
That's actually really crazy.
Yeah, they don't know why, but they're
best
like,
doctor ever.
Well, and this is the thing, and this is what I love, because since we're on the topic of like Western medicine, it's all based about making you, the
Pills.
patient, a customer.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you know? So, like in America and in the West, I've heard this all the time. If someone has a concussion, um, give them bed rest, no screens, don't touch them, right? You guys might have heard this before. If someone has a concussion, don't do anything, just give them a lot of bed rest. Don't give ice.
Mhm.
Did you know that here in Mongolia there are blind? They're like, I don't know what they are, but they're physically blind. They are professional massage therapists, and they are literally trained to massage the concussion out of you. My wife has done that.
Wow.
It's really
That is the
good for
difference
that.
between Western medicine. I can ask my wife and get you guys the name of the company, but she's gone to them and like swears by them, and it's just like a normal thing. You get a concussion, you you go and see these massage people, in 2 to 3 treatments, it's gone. Because
Wow.
because my spine is damaged, I've heard of, my wife wants me to go see them because there have been American expats who have like spinal bifida and arched backs like I do. Mine is from a car accident. And they literally realign the spine through a massage thing, right?
Guys, I gotta go. It was a
Okay.
pleasure.
Okay.
You all have a good night.
Yes. Have a good
See you,
night.
Bob.
But
Wow.
so the point of all this is, here in the East, medicine is to get you well and to get you healthy, and a 15-minute massage for all of this, concussion, arch back, whatever, maybe $12, maybe.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, but in the West, like with the jabby jab or with COVID, whatever the topic is, cancer, they're designed to make you a consumer and to bleed you dry. They don't want you to be healthy, because if you're healthy, you're not giving them money.
Yep. That is true.
And
I'm
Dave, I just want to say, when you said that you had to take the swab up the nose, I think it was 2021. I was at the hospital because having been asthmatic, well, number one, I wasn't going to take the shot, no way. And number two, being asthmatic, I really didn't know how I was going to react to it. But I was at the hospital because I was having some asthma problems, and they took the swab and put it up my nose, and I took the test that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have it, thank God, But I just want to also bring up this point. For those who remember, there was a time where people were calling the HIV/AIDS a gay disease.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing about that is, if that was an epidemic, how come people wasn't putting on face masks and coverings for people with the AIDS virus?
So that's specifically okay. So I get what you're saying, and with your earlier points, I agree with 100%. The only difference is AIDS and HIV is not airborne. You don't breathe it. It is bloodborne only, right? So the
That's
only way
right.
you can get it is through either me touching some blood or engaging in sex with someone as blood. But other than that, wearing a mask will not save you if you touch that blood in that specific case. Does that make sense? So you're right about all the other cases. It's just
Yeah.
HIV and AIDS specifically is bloodborne only.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, it's been so long now. Yeah.
But they still
Yeah.
use it to control people. That hasn't changed. They used to continue to use things to, provoke fear and to control you at the end of the day. So it doesn't really matter what disease it is. They're gonna manipulate you either way. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
and to Ruby's point with AIDS, so Leonard's talking about HIV and AIDS, and to Ruby's point, they are manipulating people with HIV and other HIV and AIDS in the completely opposite way now, right? To make you a consumer. And they're basically saying now, we have medication now. It won't be detected in your blood system. So you can have sex with all the AIDS infected people you want. It'll be okay. You can
That's
still have AIDS,
crazy.
live a long life. And I'm sitting there going like, how? And you know what? I want to say this. I know Ruby doesn't consider me American. That's fine. Because in cases like this, I have to ask, how does America get away with this? If you
Hell
say
no.
that here, you will be arrested. Like, I do not understand how companies in America can tell people, yeah, have sex with all the AIDS infected people you like, you can live a normal life and not have symptoms. And
We
it's
live in
like,
the upside down. That's why they want to
exactly.
switch the
It's like,
tables whenever they want and act like it's okay. Not only like what in the 80s, that was a huge thing. You know what I'm saying? That's not that long ago. So
exactly.
they're
But
playing.
I
They're
mean,
playing
now,
with us.
well, and I think that's, I think that's the problem when you, because I mean, I'm religious too, obviously, but like, this is a problem when you play God. Because if
Yeah.
you could create a
Right.
medication for everything, literally, this is a Fallout. America is like in a Fallout 4 setting that the video games and the TV show
Hmm.
predicted, right? Where it doesn't matter what you do or how you live, there's a pill for that, there's a
Yep.
drug for that. And they are now coming out with what's called in the video games a dick doll. Right there,
Mhm.
and you guys can look this up. I forget the name of this, but there is a pharmaceutical company that is making a drug that is claimed to be non-addictive, but it cures addiction to all other drugs. Now,
It's
this
crazy.
is this has been predicted in 1999, which is crazy because a dick doll in the Fallout universe, in this fictional universe, became famous for not just curing drug addicts and curing like opioid addiction, but it
Hmm.
also, a lot of the money came from parents who were terrified. Oh my God, my kids might be using drugs. I better
Yep.
give them their daily dose of Addictol so they don't get addicted to drugs. That
Yep.
is an actual thing you can look up right now.
And that's fear again, just in
Yep.
a different way. Real quick, Jimmy is back with us. Jimmy, what's up? How are you feeling?
I am good, and
Jimmy.
hey Leonard, what's up? I tell you what, you guys have covered a lot so far this evening. I'm sitting there
Mhm.
listening to the whole thing, and I'm like, I got something to say. I got something to say. But
Mhm.
Beau was on point with everything that he was talking about with England and everything.
Yep.
So he was on point with that. There was a talk about Diana. I have thoughts about that whole thing. Of course, y'all talking about CV now and the jabs. I know there's been a lot of people in the comments. The comments have been on fire, and I'm like, oh my God, I still got to start talking because I got a lot to say. And then you had the Red Seat Ventures thing about the Fox News purchasing them. So I did
Mhm.
pull that up. So I don't know where you guys want me to start.
Go nuts.
Yeah, because that was your topic, and I can't remember whether or not we did that last Tuesday. So it'll be nice if you could present your case about this whole theory that you presented to me with Candace and
Okay.
Tucker and everybody. And I did star a question from Rebecca. She's asking, what's your opinion on what Trump posted about Candace and Tucker recently? Now, I I mean, it's very troubling. You know what I mean? Because we know that Trump talks like this and he can get a little out of bounds sometimes, but that's just who he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to hold it against him because that's who he is. And I don't think that that's different. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's out of character for Trump to do and say things the way he is. What bothers me is that he's doing it to certain people that actually are on the same team. You know what I'm saying? It's
That
like,
you
why
know
would,
of.
okay.
Just saying. Just
That
saying.
okay, you know what? Fair. To the best of my knowledge, these people that Trump is attacking out of nowhere, because that's what it looks like on the outside, in my honest opinion, I believe that they're on the same side of America first, which is what I hoped that Trump was going to do. And that's why I feel dissatisfied, because I don't feel like Trump is doing that. But regardless, when he attacks these people the way that he does, it bothers me because I still believe wholeheartedly that these are still white hats. You know, like, these are people who are on our side, exposing things like the way Candace is doing. And I don't think that she deserves that. You know what I'm saying? But
Gotcha.
I don't know her personally. You know, I don't know if she's playing a part or if she's a puppet or you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a yellow flag for me still.
Do you Okay, so let me just start there. Do you know what K-fob is? Does anybody know what K-fob is?
No, I don't. Let me know if you guys know in the chat, but I have never heard of that.
Never heard of that. Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right. Can you tell me what popular TV show was? I'm going somewhere with this, but what popular TV show that was not The Apprentice that Trump made an appearance on?
The Simpson.
Okay, well,
that's like a cartoon.
let's just say.
Well, yeah. He didn't make an appearance. They just drew him in. It's kind of like family. It's like Family Guy. They just stick people in.
He made an appearance at like those WWE.
Okay, there. Okay, right there. Yes. So this is what K-fob is. K-fob is a term from 20th century American carnival and professional wrestling slang used to describe the portrayal of staged events as authentic, essentially meaning to keep it fake. Its exact origins are uncertain, though it's likely originated as a carnival pig Latin version of be fake. All right. The reason I mention that is because remember, well, the Q post pointed out that everything is scripted and everything is staged right now. All right. And it also pointed out that you needed to be careful of who you follow. It also pointed out that those that you think that are bad might actually be on the good side, and those that are on the good side might actually be bad actors. So we don't know exactly what part people are playing. For example, John Thune, who is blocking the Save America Act, I'm thinking now he might be working with Trump to delay it for the right reasons. Because if they pass it a certain time, then the deep state, Democrat and rhinos can't do anything to stop it. Okay, so I'll put a pin in that point right there. So we've got to look at these influencers. We got to look. Why do people trust Candace and Tucker and let's just say Nick Fuentes? Why do they trust them? Because they told us to trust them.
Who's they?
Candace, they portray themselves as being the ones that, hey, we're the ones that are telling you the truth. You got to believe, you got, in so many words, listen to what we're saying. They've been very
But
vocal.
that's because they are telling the truth about certain things. It's not that they're saying that they're telling the truth about it.
Well, here's the thing. You got it to tell a good lie. You got to have some truth in it. So, and you got to remember that the deep state, one of their main tactics that they've used for years is infiltration. So what would be a good way to shut up or drown out digital soldiers, people putting stuff all over social media? What would be a good way if you were strategically thinking about that? You're the enemy. What would you do to try to gain leverage in the digital media market?
I get where you're going with this, but I think there's a major difference. Okay, let's use her as an example.
Hold on. Before we go there, I'm just asking. I'm asking everybody personally. If you knew that your adversary was dominating a certain space, and they were getting the attention, they were, getting the views, getting the clicks, people were learning information from them. If you needed to combat that, what would you do?
Personally, if they were standing up for the right and they were promoting the right, I would be on board with it. But because a lie don't care who tell it as long as it get told. But if the right goes left and I'm questioning it, then I have to say to myself, okay, this is not what this person is about. So I'm gonna I'm just gonna see what the end's gonna be like.
Gotcha. Okay.
To Jimmy's question, what I would do, and this is a strategy that I've seen even outside of politics, and this is something that I would do personally. I would leverage everything that I have, right? And like Leonard said, I would be on board initially with what these people are saying, but I would slowly pepper in something different to subtly divert people, right? So I'm not going to start like, for instance, like, because I'm in the gaming sphere, I have over 108,000 followers. I'm not going to pick a fight with like Mojang and Minecraft because I disagree with their LGBTQ stance, because they are the big dogs and they are the powers that be. As in that example, if I wanted to do that, I'm going to be on board, but I'm going to subtly put in my own twist and make myself even more famous. And then it comes to a point where people are so diverted, I can make it about me and people will latch to me. Not because of what I say, but because of Ruby asking, who says we should trust them? It's not people that say that trust them. It's that number. Oh, Diamond Dave has 108,000 followers on Facebook. He must know Minecraft. We should trust him. Everyone follows, right? It's that social proof. So you leverage the number of followers that you have, and you can twist and turn anything. And I would argue this even with Trump. Trump has millions of supporters. Trump can commit murder. People are still going to support him.
He said that.
Well, I didn't know he said that.
I'll be honest, I'd have a problem with that.
But he said it. He knows that. He knows that. He knows the game that they play, and it is all political. Like, I just started watching House of Cards, and it opens your eyes 10 times more, right? But you always want to get that one person who is once removed from you and your office to infiltrate, get information, get the skeletons, and then use it against them so that you can bend them to your will.
Exactly.
I get that. But
all right, so let me continue on with my little thing I got going on. Dave, you're absolutely correct. That's what they would do. That is the strategic move to try to shift the narrative. All right, so we know
the Democrats do it.
Oh, Republicans do it too.
Everybody.
Yeah. Everybody.
So here's the deal. So we all know when Tucker was on Fox, he was the rated #1 show with this many views. This is going to Dave's point here. He's got all these people listening to him, blah, 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 blah. And then, well, even before Tucker, you had Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly was very popular. I watched her stuff. I loved watching. One, she was hot, but anyway, I was just learning the stuff. But she was a #1, and then she got canned from Fox. Then you got Tucker gets canned from Fox. Then let's go to other folks like Candace Owens, who has millions of viewers on her different platforms, and they talk her up too. So that all that talking these people up goes to the point that Dave made about, getting into the minds of people that, hey, if they've got this many folks, maybe we should be listening to them. Okay. So what did Red Seat Ventures? Who is Red Seat Ventures? All right. Red Seat Ventures is a digital media and technology company acquired by Fox Corporation in February of 2025 that specializes in building and managing digital business, podcasts, and premium content platforms for high-profile talent. They focus on creating, monetizing, and producing media across web, mobile, and audio, particularly for conservative personalities. The problem is Red Seat Ventures. Let me go here. What we do. Here are some of their clients. New York Post, Love What Matters, Crime Online, The Herd Now, Premier Networks, CrimeCon. You can look into some of these folks here.
I'm looking at it now. New York Post, Piers Morgan.
Yes, these are the people that they promote. And who are some of the individuals that are connected to Red Seat Ventures? Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly,
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly, yep.
Yeah. So they just moved those people from TV because they know people are not watching the mainstream media anymore. And they've moved these people to podcasts because that's where people are getting their information now.
Because people don't trust the mainstream media. And so it benefits them to say, cut ties and to put them off on their own platforms.
But they're still pushing the same agenda.
Exactly.
That's what's happening.
Okay, but you said this before, Jimmy, in season 1 and 2, that not all psyops are bad. And I agree with you.
Correct.
So when we're talking about these things, I believe it is all the same machine. The problem is when that machine starts doing things against our interests, like what they're doing with the KKK stuff, the SPLC stuff.
Right.
That's when the machine becomes dangerous and psyops become dangerous.
Correct.
But if they are if the machine is funding something to expose or to get correct, informing the people correctly, like these alternative media spaces, that's not a bad thing. I believe that if it's used for the right reasons, then it'll help us rather than hurt us. So I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree with Ruby. So I agree with Ruby 100%. Speaking just from a personal angle, though, I mean, it's easy to get tripped up. You know what I mean? It's very easy to get tripped up, and people can easily go the other way and even not realize it, right? And I'll use myself as an example because I'm on some I'm on like your guys' podcast. I've been floating around other podcasts and I've got my own like following and my own thing going on, right? And a lot of people have said if you, Diamond Dave, were to become a Christian, you would help Christianity and just you would help us and our agenda so much more. Because of your following, you're already international. We agree with you about 80 to 90% of your political views and your moral views, your views on the family. We agree with almost all of it. You could be of great help to us. My thing is that, okay, that sounds nice on paper, but if I were to become a Christian now, A, I like money and I would probably abuse the shit out of it. But also B, even if I'm like, okay, I legitimately believe this and I give my life to Christ, that doesn't mean because I would be brand new in Christianity, someone could come along and screw up my brain because I don't know what I'm doing in the realm of Christian podcasting. And then they could do what I said earlier and slowly divert me off into the opposite of agenda using already like what I have. You see what I'm saying? Right. So I do agree with Ruby. It's not a bad thing, but I think it can also go very wrong very quickly, even with well-intentioned individuals. Well-intentioned. And I'm going to be honest. I don't know how I feel about Candace Owens. I heard some of her stuff. And on the one hand, I do believe she's very well-intentioned. But some of the things she said just kind of like speak to me in a weird way. Like I did a little bit of research when she said that like Charlie Kirk reached out to her like after he died. And to me, that's a bit of a red flag because being a non-Christian that's involved in spiritual matters and Mongolian shamanism and Hinduism and things like that, that's not normal, right?
Right.
You go to them, right? Like me and my wife, we reach out to her deceased ancestors and to my deceased ancestors. They don't magically show up in dreams and visions. So that is a red flag to me. But I think at this time she's a well-intentioned person who may be connected to people with ulterior motives and just doesn't realize it. But because she trusts them and she's connected to them, You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
She
that
might
could be a very good
It's a possibility.
That could be a very good
Yeah,
possibility.
I don't know. I know very
Yeah.
little about her, but that's just where I'm at now with Candace as an example.
But let me ask you guys this. Let's look at this from this lens. I kind of look at things differently when I'm trying to figure this stuff out. Historically, how do you defeat or suppress your opponent? Historically, what have we learned on how they try to, break up movements, defeat it? What do they do?
Well, I'm going to ask Ruby who's they, because historically, globally,
Okay, let's just say the deep state, the globalists.
Okay, so the global, yeah, I'm going to quote Ruby because,
Yeah,
Ruby's
yeah.
awesome.
I always ask that
Now,
question.
So first of all, who's they? Okay, the deep state globalists.
Yes.
So my answer is historically, there's multiple ways. You need to be more specific because historically here in Asia, brute force. In Africa, colonialism. In the West, propaganda and psyops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So historically, all three, and there's more.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. One of the is divide and conquer, right?
Yeah, that's in the propaganda area.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So they got to use divide and conquer. We have been in an information war. The deep state is losing and has lost the information war, but they're still trying to fight it. So what was the biggest movement online over the last 5 years? 6, 7, 8, 9 years. What's been the biggest? MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say BLM.
Nah, they spike in 2020.
That was a fad. That was just the summer of 2020. And that was it.
Yeah, they spiked.
They're still around with a massive following. They're still around with a massive following.
Well, they were all getting paid to do that stuff too. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day. So the point being, MAGA was the most popular movement, and people were waking up to the things going on in the system. So if you wanted to muddy the waters, if you wanted to pit them against each other, what would you do? You would buy Fox would buy companies like Red Seat Ventures, hire these conservative talk show folks, put them on there, and start doing what Dave said. Agree with them, but then slowly put your own spin in it. So what's the result that we've seen because of this? We have seen a little bit of a wedge put between MAGA and America First. And because we are allowing them to do this to us, that's going to divide the movement, which was together.
Right. But that's not the fault of propaganda, in my opinion. That's the fault of these right
definition of propaganda, Ruby.
Because,
because they're putting their own spin. They're putting the globalist spin on things in the conservative movement.
Well, hold on, because the people in the conservative movement themselves have been hypocrites. They were never Trump supporters. They were never MAGA to begin with. They pretended since day one. So there's a major difference.
Well, those would be more the infiltrators that were put in.
Yeah, those are the infiltrators or the sellouts.
Yeah, like MTG. Like MTG. Remember when we talked about her years ago? And I already told you, this is before any of the information came out. I just told you, I just don't like her. I don't trust her.
Yeah, but hold on. Because you see, this is what bothers me. She was one of my favorites as well. But the moment she disagrees with Trump and she's public about it, all of a sudden she wasn't a true supporter to begin with. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. You can change your opinions and still be supportive.
Yeah, well, even before she made her turn, just the way she carried herself, I look for energy, body language, things that she says. Things just didn't add up with her. And even with Candace, I've told you guys before, there's just something about her I don't trust. And with Tucker,
because they're in it for the money. That's why. Once you start following their money, where the money is coming from, then their opinion changes with the dollar. That's the difference between true supporters who believe in the movement and in Trump. And when we disagree with him because he let us down, we're not getting paid to have those opinions. There is no money coming from changing our opinion with Trump. So just because there is that difference between us in the in the right angle, that doesn't mean we're all fake or you
No,
know.
no, there is a certain percentage of folks that are disenfranchised right now with Trump. I talked to one tonight at work, and it's because of some of the things that are taking place that, and I'll just say it, that most folks don't understand what's going on with it right now. They don't understand the strategy that he is using to bring information out.
Yeah.
That's,
Before Leonard talks, I mean, I agree with both of you. And going back to my personal point earlier, off of what Jimmy said, and even off of what Ruby said, it's like it's based on the dollar. So, like, using myself an example, I could promote Christianity or, like, conservative MAGA politics, right? And I mean, I would essentially just be a sellout for the money, and you can follow where that money is. But that's, like Ruby was saying, that's a fundamental difference between legitimately being disenfranchised and saying, you know what, something doesn't add up here, as opposed to me, Diamond Dave, who's openly Hindu and openly debates Christians, to, hey guys, I found Jesus and you need to click this website and buy my book, and follow
That's
Trump.
a red flag, definitely.
Well, exactly, because like Ruby, Jimmy, Leonard, and people here know that if I were to do that, something's fundamental. I'm being paid by somebody to do this, right? You guys would know.
I would question it. I would question it.
Exactly. But I mean, I think you guys, since you know me a bit more, you guys would know, okay, he's probably being paid by someone, right? The assumption would be there. But the fact that your average American person doesn't even know these strategies because they're not influencers, they're not content creators, they're not used to being on the camera, they'd be like, holy shit, this Hindu guy living in Mongolia that was anti-American is pro-Trump. Let's give him all our money. Let's bring him to America, back to America. You know what I mean? Like that's the mentality that they have. That's what, So yeah, go ahead, Leonard. I know you had something to say.
I just want to let you all know that I'm going to be jumping off, and I have some homework to finish up for the channel. But I have enjoyed talking with you all tonight.
Thank you, Leonard. Thank you for joining.
No problem.
See you next time.
So another going to the comments, J Mars 309, he says Mark Levine, conservative talk show host, spewing propaganda for war. And that's the one things that, like, Mark Levine, when he started pushing war stuff, that's when I started questioning him. Because that only benefits, we all know that war only benefits the deep state, the globalists. We know that. They fund both sides of wars. So there, just that stance. And I used to listen to him all the time, and I liked what he was saying. But then it was just that one thing. I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Why are you pushing that now? Same thing with Hannity. I loved Hannity back in 2008, 2009, when he was exposing the real likes of Obama. But then, I stepped away from politics for a while, got back into it. It was like something in Hannity changed as well, because he's got a radio show on XM, and I'll be working and I'll tune over there and listen. And he says things differently on the radio than he does TV, which is very interesting. And so I started to not trust Hannity completely with stuff. So that's why we are always cautioned to use discernment and not blindly follow these folks and put them on a pedestal to where what they say is true. We can't do that. That's
exactly. And that's kind of how things are in America and the West in general. It's like people, well, and globally, really, because people like to put people on pedestals, right? I mean, you watch how I talk here to you guys. Right. And just my tone and my cadence and all of that. And then you go watch my gaming channels. It's the same.
Right.
Sure, it's completely different topics, but it's the same energy. It's the same vibe. It's
right.
It's a completely different topic. But when you have someone like Hannity, or like in some cases, not all, but like I've seen Candace Owens do the same thing, same with Megyn Kelly and others. They talk one way with one group of people. They talk another way with another group
Exactly.
of people.
Yes.
And like they end up backtracking on these different things, right? And I'm, and it's just weird, but I've had people on my gaming channel be like, "Hey, I heard you said this on this podcast." And I'm like, "Yeah, so what?" You know what I mean? Like, if you're sincere, like, you would just accept it. And if you say something even stupid, you're like, "Yeah, that was dumb, whatever." You don't walk back an entire, like, episode of a show on, like, the radio if someone on TV calls you out. You know what I mean? You just don't do that. That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I don't like when Trump does this, whether or not it's for good or bad, he uses the loyalty card to try to control the narrative with these people by saying that they're not being loyal to him or to the movement.
Yeah,
that
but
gives
Ruby,
me.
Ruby, that's a stance he's had for years.
I know, like I said, I don't trash
There's
him
nothing.
because I know that's the way he talks. But you don't just use the loyalty card and then expect people to like say, Trump is always right, and just because one of his previous supporters is now against him, that's just because they're not loyal to him. That's like giving me cult vibes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's the only thing I don't like when he does that. I know that that's the way he is and that's the way he talks because he's of a different generation. So I get it. I understand that.
But what we got,
but you don't just use it.
What we have to remember, though, he's working in a different space than we are. He's working in a very
I mean, sure, but I mean, still, consistency is a thing.
Yeah, hang on. The point being is, in this first term, the deep state had control, and they were putting people around him to make him look bad and do things and all that. Yes, we found that with JFK too. They do it with every freaking president. Okay, so I'm sorry, if I'm president, I want to know who is going to be loyal to the Republic, to the Commander in Chief, to the Constitution. I want to know who's loyal.
Yeah, I agree, but you don't do that on a public level. You do that behind closed doors. That's what politicians do.
Not just that, but to Rumi, this is even to Jimmy's point, because he wants to know, if he was president, who's going to be loyal to the Constitution. If I'm the president, I want to know who's loyal, not to me, but to the Constitution, because if I'm living according to the Constitution, by default, they will be loyal to me.
That's a better way of putting it, but Trump doesn't talk that way. So it makes it seem as if he's personally, he's taking everything personally and taking that loyalty personally rather than to the office, to the country, to the Constitution. That's the only thing I don't like when he lashes out at people like this. I would rather him talk like that and say, they're traitors to the Constitution or to the country, those, and he has said those things before. I just don't like it when he makes it personal. That's
exactly, because when you make it personal, then you get disenfranchisement. And when people are disenfranchised who believe in the Constitution, when you do something good for the Constitution, they are disenfranchised with you and are less likely to back you because they're still upset.
Let me share an older clip here, and then we can discuss this real quick. It's on top.
I got to stop drinking. This is making too much sense to me. Ruby's on a.
So let's just play this clip. I think this is during a 1992 interview with Charlie Rose. Here we go.
Some of the people that were most loyal to me are people that I didn't think would be. Some of the people that were least loyal to me are people that I think I would have treated them differently. I think I would have treated different groups differently. I would have wiped the floor with the guys that weren't loyal, which I will now do, which is great. I love getting even with people, but I will. I would have wiped.
You love getting even.
Oh, absolutely. You don't believe in the eye for the eye. You do.
No.
I know you well enough. I think you do. But anyway, but
tell me. I mean, you're going to get even with some people.
Yeah, I know. If given the opportunity, I will get even with some people that were disloyal to me. I mean, I had a group of people that were disloyal.
But how do you define disloyalty?
They didn't come to my aid.
Well, what did they do?
didn't
They
small
turned their back
things.
on you?
No, but they didn't do small things that would have helped. You see, I'm so loyal to people. Maybe I'm loyal to a fault, but I'm so loyal to people that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror.
The president begins by wanting to talk about my job. So I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, 3 times you've already asked me to stay or talked about me staying.
The president also never told Mr. Comey, quote, I need loyalty. I expect loyalty, close quote. He never said it in form, and he never said it in substance.
Okay, so this is a stance that Trump has had for a while, and you got to remember he was in business. And in business, there are cutthroats, especially the type of business he was in, and being in New York as well. So if one of his competitors was portraying to be loyalty, or they were not competitors, but one of his associates were pretending that, yeah, I'm on your side, and then turns around and backstabs him on a deal or whatever, you're damn right you're going to want to get even with that person. You know?
Well, that's to Ruby's past points that she's made on multiple episodes. That's one of the reasons why I would agree with Ruby that Trump cannot claim to be Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Because to the best of my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but Christianity involves, like Jesus even said, forgive 70 times 7. Jesus said nothing about getting even. In business. And hearing him say that, it was kind of interesting. I'm like, he's kind of more like, other religions, right?
Right.
Like, sure, I understand loyalty. Loyalty is important. We all agree with that. But the difference with claiming to be a Christian is that if someone backstabs you, right, you are not, like in Hinduism, you are not honor bound to destroy that person or to get even with that person.
No. Right. You let God handle that.
Again,
So,
that could be just a character thing. That's just
sure,
the way
but that's the way he is, and that's fine. But I'm just bringing this up for people to consider and to like reflect on what they believe, right? Because I think that's the point of these shows, like for us to talk and disagree and let people make up their own minds, right?
Oh, yeah.
I would like to throw out there as the only non-Christian on this panel that there may not be, like, I certainly don't think there's anything morally wrong with doing that. However, you cannot do this. You cannot do X in Christianity, like get even and backstab people back and like destroy them, but then claim to be a Christian. You cannot do these two things. It's literally one or the other.
Which is why we already know that about Trump. So it's not like we don't know. We know this. There's full transparency with Trump's personality and character. But my problem is when he's trying to use all of these tactics, which may be very well in his personal life or his business life. But now you're in government. Now you're in politics. And those things don't work in politics. There's no such thing as loyalty in politics. Like I said before, I'm on season 3 of House of Cards. And everything is about deal making. Everything is about getting dirt on somebody, using that blackmail to bend their arm for a vote or to cast people to your side by using anything you can, whether it's good or bad.
And what
there's no
doing?
Such thing as loyalty.
Well, what's the ultimate goal of them wanting to do stuff like that to certain people?
To get what they want. Yeah,
which
to win.
is loyalty to the party.
Well, that's how they try to paint it as, but I don't believe that either. I think it's loyalty to whoever it is that's blackmailing them.
You watch Congress. You watch a session of Congress over the last 6 to 8 years, and something that could be just so bad for the American people, the Democrats will vote for it 100% of the time. Okay, this is just an example. Guys.
Yeah.
They don't break party. That's very rare that they do. So what we've seen here is people on the Republican side of things breaking with the Democrats to vote for something that would benefit the system.
Right.
So yes, there is loyalty in politics, and the Democrats are very loyal to their because they're getting paid to do it. And so are people.
Is that loyalty though?
Exactly. I was about to say that.
I feel like this. So I'm a big Star Trek fan, right? And I was watching Star Trek before this episode, And it was the episode Star Trek Deep Space Nine where all the little Ferengi, the big-eared money goblin guys, are going to save their leader, right? And like there's basically a discussion of like you can't buy loyalty from soldiers, and then
Right.
the whole argument, yes, you can if you pay them. If you pay
Mm.
them, you get loyalty. But is it loyalty or is it just mercenary work? Is what
Well,
it boils.
let's look at the definition. Loyalty is a practical, often costly commitment to support or defend a person, group, organization, or cause. It is the unwavering dedication to maintaining a bond and prioritizing the well-being of that subject.
But what is the subject?
So
money,
whatever that
The
subject
party.
may be. Yeah, whatever the subject
money,
may be,
party,
they might be
etc.
promoting at the time. So, so there's different examples of loyalty. Standing by a friend during a difficult time, yes. Employees working overtime to ensure a project success for the company, being loyal to the company, getting the work done. Allegiance and patriotism, a citizen demonstrating duty to the country or an organization. Ethical commitment, following through on promises, keeping confidence, and being honest.
Yes.
So
being honest, I feel like, is the key part, because
Yes.
if Ruby and you were to start paying me to support Christianity, let's say, I'd do it in a heartbeat because I'm getting paid.
Mhm.
But the moment that money stops,
Right.
I stop. So the question is, was it
Exactly.
honest to begin with?
Exactly.
So
And that's
where is it loyalty and where is it not? Because there's a fine line somewhere in there.
there could be. Yeah, I could see where you could be getting paid to do something and you're only doing it because you're getting paid. You don't
Once
agree.
there's a dollar sign, it's not loyalty anymore. It's just a job.
Well, that goes
So-
back to the different hats we talked about, Ruby, where you have
Yes.
the black hats and the red hats. The red hats are the one pushing the agendas,
Right.
and they're getting paid to do it. But you cut that money off, and they won't do it no more.
Which I wish Trump would demonstrate that better, because
Well,
the way he's doing it now is not coming across that way, which makes people like me feel as if his priorities are not in place right now. Because if it was, then he wouldn't be behaving in this way, even though I know that that's up his alley, but he should see himself better than that because he's the president of the United States. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree. And real quick to jump in, if you guys want to pay me to support anything, I just put my Venmo down in the picture. Just in case you're interested, I am available.
You're too
for hire.
much. You're too much.
So
I will be loyal for the right dollar amount.
Yeah, and that's not something you can teach. That's not something that you can pay somebody to do. You actually have to believe in it, which is why I agree with Kat, and she says the most loyal ones she sees are communists, and I believe it's because
that's
they
true.
are truly communist. It's like they truly
Yes,
believe
exactly.
in what they say and what they do, which is why I sometimes envy that type of dedication. We should have that type of dedication, that patriotism, that, America first and etc. It would make more sense because we actually believe in it, we live it, we breathe it, we eat it, we bleed it, and that's what tracks. But I do not get that vibe from Trump, which is why he will never meet that standard for me, and that's just me. And then times
agree
that by
with
a
that.
million other Americans. He will never reach that. Even though he's a great president, just in other areas, he'll never reach it because he doesn't truly believe in those things for himself. And it's very evident. So when you see other people running for office, that's the whole point in the campaign, is to see who they are, what they believe, how they grew up. It's like an interrogation process because you want to get to know that person. And if they actually believe in what they say, it will be evident. You would have confidence in them, and then you back them as a president or governor or whatever office.
And
they're
that would be
running
all
for.
fine. That would be all fine and well, Ruby, if we had safe voting, in which we're going to get into that with the Save America Act and all that stuff. Because if we don't fix that, then it doesn't matter the research you do on a person. It doesn't matter because they're not going to get put in there. They won't be elected. These people will install the people they want in there.
Exactly.
And so that's, you've got to take this system down before you can actually put people in there. And I disagree, and we all know that we disagree on this at the moment, the way Trump is doing things. Because I believe that everything's being done for a reason. Everything's being done to slowly wake more people up, get them on board, because there's a lot of people on the right who love Trump that have no effing clue that we're in an information war. There were people in MAGA, there were some that actually took the jabs and believed CV was real.
Yep.
So they may have supported Trump because they liked his rallies and things like that. But unfortunately, so many people haven't done the deep dive on the things that are happening behind the scenes. And now now that stuff that is coming forward, like Beau said earlier, there's things starting to come out onto the scene, and people are like, wait a second, what's going on there? What's happening? They're starting to learn this game that's being played right now. It's complete game theory is what it is.
It is, but I want to take it one step further and kind of get to the core of the issue, because I'm going to catch some flack for saying this probably. I don't think it's a safe voting issue. I think it's a heart issue, right? And we can look at American history, where historically America was very much, like in the 30s, 40s, 50s, America first, good moral values, etc. But for whatever reason, the heart nature, for lack of a better term, the desires of the citizens changed. And they voted not what was in the best interest of the country, but what they wanted to see, because of what made them feel good.
I agree.
They're selfish, greedy, etc. And then that's when these people got into power, and those people in power in the 60s and 70s, then they warped the system, right? So you can make voting safe as much as you want, but if the American voter is just going to vote based off of what makes them feel good and whatever perverted, selfish desires that they have, you will get those perverted, selfish politicians in office because of people who vote them there.
Yeah, but
so there's got to be something like, and I mean, I'm not against safe voting. Safe voting is very important for every country around the world.
Yeah,
we're in agreement that safe voting needs to change. I just want to throw out there the real core of the issue. Because safe voting helps, but it's a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Because if you make voting safe, then selfish, greedy, perverted people can just come in, vote in selfish, greedy, perverted politicians, and then that safe voting gets destroyed again anyway.
Yep.
All right, so I want to go back to the desire of the citizens changed. Is it possible that the desires of the citizens didn't change organically? Could it be that the desire of the citizens was manipulated by propaganda?
I'm going to disagree with propaganda. I don't care how crazy you think I am. I think it's 100% spiritual. As a Hindu, as someone who has actively done work with spirits and ancestral work, I honestly think that the majority of people, because drug use became popular in the 60s, right? Drugs can bring in unwanted spiritual attention.
I agree with
and
that.
can even result in possession, right? It was big in the 60s. It was big in the 70s. So people are doing drugs, and people decide while they're doing drugs, hey, let's sleep around. I believe in something called soul ties, where when you sleep a person, your soul is tied to them in some way. Just like the mother of my son, who I haven't seen since my son was born, I'm still tied to her life because I pay child support, right?
Right.
All these people that are connected to each other spiritually, they're engaging in very terrible spiritual practices. In the 60s and 70s, Wicca and the occult came up in the US, which is antithetical to Christianity, right? Propaganda had nothing to do with it. Propaganda, you could throw all the propaganda on billboards that you want. It does not matter if people are in their homes doing drugs, playing with Ouija boards.
Right.
And propaganda has nothing to do with it.
I agree with the point about the drugs and everything, but we were talking about the desires of the people.
Yes.
and how and this is my argument to the propaganda side of it, because I was trying to think of a good example to use, and the only one I could come up with would be the father figure. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
back, we've discussed this a little bit before, but back in the 50s and 60s, you had TV shows that portrayed fathers as being the good, hardworking guy that's going to help his kids, succeed in life. Okay. Those were the type of TV dads we had. We had it a little bit in the 80s, and then right around the 90s, then it started to change, where the father figures were looked as being buffoons, aloof, not engaged with their kids, and stuff like that. And then people start seeing this stuff. And then it gets to the point where you start having TV shows where there's just a single dad, or there's no dad at all. And so that desire that I talk about here is like, for a lot of these ladies out there, they're like, I don't need a man.
Right.
Okay. You wouldn't hear that. I'm speculating. I don't think you would have heard that back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, where women said, I don't need a man.
No.
So that desire that I don't need a man has been changed through propaganda, in my opinion.
So
I'll let Ruby talk and then I'll go, because I have a response to that.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I think it's a little bit of both, because I agree with the propaganda. I think that only works for a certain percentage, right? The minority percentage of normies that
I
would
agree with that.
that would like buy it. But the majority, in my opinion, is that spiritual aspect that Dave was talking about. Because in my opinion, I agree. It doesn't matter what's on TV, what's in the newspaper, however way they get their propaganda. It doesn't matter if you have a strong connection with family and God, right?
agree with that.
A strong, like a spiritual relationship where you believe in morals, standards, traditional things. If I'm Christian, I would say biblical principles. If I had a strong relationship with Christ, none of that propaganda would even bother me, because I have a strong connection with my God, my Savior, my Lord, and that's how we used to be as a nation. But they threw away that and replaced themselves as God. The government put themselves as God. The government started spewing the feminism propaganda, and then on top of that, like the whole drug situation, it was the perfect concoction to make people believe that that's what they want, even though it goes against their own human nature,
right,
to have those types of opinions. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. The point I want to make is supply and demand, because things started to change in television in the 90s, which I was born in 89, right? And, I grew up in the 90s. But why did it change, right? It changed because those teenagers who were doing drugs in the 60s and 70s, they're now adults with kids. They are the consumer market, and they have demands. And because they are in a particular culture, they are going to demand with their dollars what they want to see. That's just how consumerism works. That's how the free market works, right? If there's a demand for something, someone somewhere is going to come up with supply so they can make a bunch of money, right?
Right.
So that's why the shift happened. The shift didn't happen because, some government guy in a back room, was stroking his beard, is like, I can't wait to take down America. No, it's because the young people grew up with these desires, became adults with disposable income, right? This is why Star Wars and Star Trek went to shit, is because I grew up in the Voyager Deep Space Nine era, right? Discovery was okay. Starfleet Academy, just garbage. It's Degrassi in space, if you remember that 2000 soap opera, right? But the point is, those young kids with all these weird things, right, obsessed with these weird subcultures, they're now adults with disposable income. And they want to see Starfleet Academy. They want to see The Acolyte.
Yeah,
They
but
want
the
Disney.
bigger issue is that that generation
Yeah,
voted in the politicians that are
exactly.
still in the damn office. There's no term
Exactly.
limits to, and so we are being led by the very same people that were elected when they were young in those
Yep.
years, and they're freaking 80 years old still in office. Like, what
Yep.
the heck is
And
that?
my concern, to your point, because I'm agreeing with you and using like pop culture as an example, right? It's the younger generation that's very politically active, and they're going to be, playing a huge role in who's elected next, right?
Yeah.
And I'm kind of concerned, and this is one of the reasons why I'm glad I live in Mongolia, because you look at Gen Z and now Gen Alpha and how crazy they are, and they're going to vote in Nancy Pelosi's replacement.
Hell no.
I do not want to think of like what they can come up with, because Nancy Pelosi, as an example, blew my mind, and whoever they vote in is going to be like worse. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is why everything that is taking place right now with the Trump administration, it's all happening, in my opinion, from my research and what I've seen, it's all happening to help stop that from happening, Dave. To stop these folks from doing stuff like that and making these mistakes of bringing in people that are secretly behind the back rooms going, yes, let's figure out a way to destroy America. Because they have used not only the drugs and the spiritual battle there, but the pop culture, they've used it against us. We talked about it last week, and I want to make a clarification when I was talking about CIA using rap music to infiltrate the black community. It was actually more like the gangster rap stuff. Okay.
Yep.
That was generated by the CIA to mess with the black community. Totally.
Right.
And to pit black versus white, black versus cops. Why? So that gets into the minds of people, so that when stuff like Mr. Floyd happens, then they're going to expect some outrage, an emotional outrage from that, because that's, we've seen this all the time. Da, 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 da. But you didn't see what I'm saying?
It's programmed.
Well, to your point, they also use a corruption, because like in the very early days, and I mean very early, like when Black Lives Matter Minneapolis, just Minneapolis, not the national thing, but when Black Lives Minneapolis specifically showed up because it was its own thing, I supported it because I grew up in Minneapolis. I hung out in Oakdale. I've seen how Minneapolis and St. Paul police work. I mean, even when there's like been so much corruption in Minneapolis and St. Paul, the police departments of Golden Valley, Mankato, Duluth, even Bethel, Minnesota, which is like conservative Christian, and there's like 90 people there, right? Bethel, Minnesota, they were all lambasting how corrupt Minneapolis and St. Paul cops were. But to your point, they're going to not only manufacture outrage, but they will also play off of legitimate outrage of people who are fed up with the corruption that they already created.
Exactly.
And they're going to merge them into one group.
Exactly. And that's what we saw during the riots of 2020. You had people out there who are in the black community that despise the way cops, the violence by cops. I don't like violence by cops either, but we do know that there are dirty cops. There are people in there that do not have the citizens' safety or concerns. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And they're bought and paid for as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to help create this outrage. And so you had regular people going during the day, like with the riots of 2020, you had the folks that had a sincere beef with police violence. They were out protesting. They had every right to do that. But here we are with the infiltrators that came in the evenings and then started creating the riots, the fires, the stealing, the looting, and all that. That was
the propane bombs.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that? I found some of them when I was living in Minneapolis. So like some of my friends in Minneapolis, they were giving police scanners, right? And they were doing a blow by blow of like the riots and the fires.
Yeah.
And a lot of the cars were out of state. Like there was some that were in a
Yes.
Marriott hotel in Bloomington. And then some of my friends called me out to Minneapolis because these infiltrators, they weren't just riding in businesses, they were going in local neighborhoods and in
Correct.
alleyways. And me and my buddies, we went to their houses because they were single, they were female, and they were scared. And we found propane, like makeshift propane bombs in the alleyways next to garages. They didn't work because there was no ignition thing. And we kind of joke about it to this day because in Minnesota, and I'm assuming in other states, if you have propane tanks, you can trade them in and get like a dollar amount for like a third of what it is, right? You can
Right.
trade them in. We made a killing because like we found all these propane bombs by these infiltrators. We just took off the wires and it was just a normal propane tank and we sold them back. And the whole time we're like, God, I hope nobody thinks we're involved with the riots because we got like 10 propane tanks in the back of a sedan. Yeah, you know,
And,
you
and
know.
I appreciate you bringing that out because that drives the point home that I'm trying to make. Because what all that was all manufactured to create what? Division in America. They wanted they wanted, you know, the black versus white thing again. That's what they wanted. And so how do you do it? And then you have your regular protesters that are like, hey, I just don't like police violence. I think it's bad, blah, 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 blah. But then later in the night, something bad happens. So the next day they're out in public and they're going to get put in the category of those rioters. And it's, no, I'm not a rioter. I was peaceful. But no, you're with them. You're blah, 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 blah. It just creates division.
Yep. And in Minneapolis specifically, it wasn't black versus white. It was the people against the state. And that's like why the Democrats jumped on it, because they wanted to bring down the system. I know people who personally know George Floyd. If you want, during the after show, I could give you my full name. But I used to work at a Wells Fargo in Minneapolis, and one of my business clients was a family friend of George Floyd. Cup Foods, like we could do a whole show on this, but Cup Foods, the owner, Mahmoud Ambalaya, I actually went to the owner of Cup Foods Mosque where George Floyd was unalived. I went to his mosque in Brooklyn Park when I was studying halal finance because there's a lot of Somali Muslims in Minneapolis. And the thing about it is I don't know if I should tell you to get my conspiracy hat out on, but I think that the situation was definitely manufactured, but I'm wondering if him, like George Floyd specifically, was manufactured and they targeted him because Myth nightclub in Minneapolis, where I've been to, George Floyd been to, right? And it's been documented, and there's been reports that have come out from news sources where Derek Chauvin, the officer that unalived him, had like, shall we say, negative altercations with George Floyd at Myth nightclub with multiple eyewitnesses, including the bar owner and the bouncers.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But that's like its thing.
So going to Kat's comment, they created the outrage all by design to divide. Wasn't that Soros funding the BLM?
Yeah.
How he gets away with all this? So yes, to answer the question, yes, Soros is part of the funding. Act Blue was part of the funding. There's more information coming out about Act Blue right now as well. And you got to remember, BLM. When did they come into play? When did they start? Does anybody know?
I'd have to look that up.
What, Ruby?
Well, they blew up in summer of 2020.
Okay, so they actually started in 2013 under the Obama administration. What other organizations started under the Obama administration? ISIS.
That's true, yeah. Yeah.
And there's several others that we never had an issue with until the Obama administration. And if we go back to many episodes that we've done before about the 16-year plan, what was Obama put in place for? To start the destruction of America with his first 8 years.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. He allowed these organizations to become what they are.
Exactly.
Well, that makes sense because I saw something floating around on Facebook, and it's like a chart of like the word white supremacy in common vernacular. And, there's like little blips and blops from like 1980 until 2014 or whatever when Obama was in office. And then there's just this like, it goes like off the charts. It just explodes after that point.
Yep.
You know what I mean? The thing about BLM, and this goes to Jimmy's point of infiltrators, is that infiltrators divide, but they also, going back to what I was saying too, they come in off of, in many cases, legitimate upset and outrage off of legitimate corruption, right?
Absolutely.
The BLM chapter in Minneapolis, and you guys, if you want for your homework, can look this up. They were not affiliated with the national one, and they actively spoke out against the national one because the BLM in Minneapolis was grassroots. And there's even, I forget her name, but there was a video of a black woman in Minneapolis talking about the 30s, right? You're not one of us. You're not one of the 30s. You are not real BLM because you're not in the 30s. Now, what she means by that is in Minneapolis, it's done by numbers, right? From 1st Ave, to 29th Ave to 30 Ave, right? So from 30th to 39th Avenue had the most police encounters with corrupt cops, and there were cops even dealing drugs that the state would do nothing about, right? So BLM in Minneapolis was completely grassroots. It took off, and it was more organized than the one in 2013. And it had more local support than 2013. And it had more passion because unlike, the random white people who hold signs in Idaho for BLM, and they haven't, there's not a lot of black people in Idaho to begin with, right? But, they're jumping on BLM, but, people in Minneapolis were going, no, we've seen this since 1974. Right. The corruption's been here since the 70s. You're not one of us. You're just jumping on because it's a fad.
Yes. And I saw video footage during that time to where you had folks that had legitimate concerns, the real protesters who were confronting these white protesters with BLM shirts and flags, and they were calling them out. And it reminds me of a lot of the protests we've seen over the last 2 years, where it's all these white liberals going out there and doing the protesting. Those were the same people doing it back during the riots of 2020.
Exactly. And there's you could tell who is legit and who is not, to Jimmy's point, because the people who are not legit, they're white liberals, they hold signs, blah, 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 right? And they don't know why they're there. We've all seen them on the interviews. Why are you protesting?
Exactly.
Why do you support BLM? They don't know. Now, if you were to go on my personal Facebook page and look from that era, I have all of us who were legitimately no, there's too much corruption, legitimate protesters, be safe. We were passing out first aid manuals and people were passing out water, and we're like, don't engage the police. Watch what the police do. If they fall back, you move back, because if they fall back, it's a standard military tactic. They fall back, they're leading you into an ambush. We're telling people how to correctly protest so that officers' lives are safe and how the protesters won't get tear gas. Right. And there's a ton of people doing that.
Yeah.
Who are legitimate protesters. That's how you know who's legit, where people try to keep the peace, but also say you have the right to protest, but do not engage, do not riot. If they fall back or if they move forward, you give them space. Don't engage the National Guard, leave them alone, right? Just hold your signs and be chill.
Exactly. And what they were trying to do is to divide everybody so that they could do things to fall in line with the color revolution tactics. Dave pointed out that the true protesters were told, do not engage with the police. You stay safe, let the police stay safe. But if you have a corrupt system that wants to overthrow a system, what's one of the things you could do? You could have those police shoot first and say, oh, it was the protesters. And then next thing you know, you got a battle.
It's a riot.
It's a riot. So we've talked about it before, but color revolutions are orchestrated, nonviolent to an extent, or partially, okay, color revolutions are orchestrated, nonviolent, or partially nonviolent campaigns aimed at regime change, typically characterized by popular mobilization, symbolic colors, logos, and strategic use of media. Key tactics include using perceived electoral fraud or corruption to trigger protest. Organized street demonstrators occupying key spaces are leveraging international support for rapid regime change. And so this is what they were doing. And that's what they've been trying to do with America for a long time, is to have this color revolution here in America, which would bring down the republic. But they're failing, and that's why they're panicking.
Yeah, I think that's what bothers me the most, is because they're using these types of tactics that are incompatible, in my opinion, to our society. Like, we're civil, we're not animals, we don't do that. So when they're trying to infiltrate this type of stuff, I don't think that really works with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we spoke about this before. Everybody has a gun, everybody has a family, everybody has a job. There's things, we could lose a lot, right? When you do stuff like that. It's not in our best interest to just get crazy like that. So we wouldn't do that, which is why we vote people in, people out. That's the civil way to do things, and to get your point across, by protesting, not rioting, voting, and getting involved locally.
Yes, and I agree with all of that, Ruby, but we can't have that type of system if you don't get rid of the system that has been controlling everybody for so long.
And that's the only reason why I appreciate this administration. But I'm going to circle back to that point, which we agreed already. It doesn't matter how safe those elections are when the society is still broken. And I don't think that this administration is doing enough to fix that in our society, in our culture, because the other side is winning that culture war, but we're not. Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, I have a really hot take, and Ruby might scream at me. The problem isn't the government. The problem is the Christian church. They have failed miserably. They have failed to keep out pastors like Joel Osteen and other, health, wealth, prosperity,
but
gospel.
Those are not Christians. But
here's the thing sure. Yeah, we talked about this, but I feel like, and this is one of my lamentations on the church, because overall, I feel like the Christian church can be a beautiful thing. The problem is they have allowed themselves to be infiltrated so much that there's so much division, and
but from the very beginning, but you got to stop calling them that, because from the very beginning of those denominations, they're not Christian churches. Those are just cults that disguise themselves with Christianity so that they get their 501(c)(3) or whatever. They get their status because they're hiding behind the First Amendment, but they are not Christian, which is why I say, if they are like that, in my perfect world, that would be illegal. You would not be able to call yourself Christian if you don't meet certain standards of what a Christian is. So I don't consider those Christians. Those are just cults.
Sure, and I'm not disagreeing with you. My point is that it's not the government that should do it, or dictate society. It's the church. Because
I agree, and I don't think that they're failing. I just think that they're just being too quiet about it.
I think
exactly, and that's that. Maybe that was a better way of wording it. But whether it's being too quiet or failing, either way, I personally feel like true Christian churches, however you define it, have dropped the ball, and there's a lot of work to do. And I actually respect Christian nationalist pastors who are everyone thinks is far right. I at least respect them because they're trying to do something about it. Right. Yeah. Really bothers me is I see churches online and they try and play both sides. And that bothers me because from my own religious tradition, as well as living in Mongolia, in Mongolia, if you try and play both sides, and my wife has called me out on this before, when I first moved here, because I used to be on all kinds of podcasts and try and be a bridge builder. her. And she's like, dude, you are such a slut. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, you are a slut because you're trying to make everyone feel good. That's what sluts do. Stand
Right.
by your convictions.
And and we don't do that here, which is why we're so strong with certain opinions. But
Exactly.
the only reason why I mentioned the administration is I agree. I don't think that the government should be single-handedly, taking the charge on that. But the point is that they're not doing enough to support that. You know what I'm saying? To push that agenda forward. They're actually hurting it rather than helping it. With Christian nationalism, it's more so that the people in power, leadership, would do more to promote those values and then let the church do what they do best. And there's a separation between the two, of course. But even in this administration, there's nothing there that I can point to that can represent me. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
It's political.
And Rod brought it up too. The churches were infiltrated and they didn't fight back. And that's kind of what I'm driving home, because going back to what I said earlier, all the people on drugs, all the kids on drugs, they're now like voting, right? And they started back in the 60s. And there's a huge spiritual element that I see. And I can visually see from the time I was a child, I could see spirits around people. I can see the color of their auras, right? Now, here's the thing. The church needs to take a greater stand in America so that way they raise good, respectable children who grow up to raise good, respectable families, and they vote in good, respectable politicians. This is 100% on the church, because the government, whether they're installed or elected, it doesn't matter. The church ultimately has the final say, in my opinion, because the church can dictate the culture in America.
Oh yeah,
but it chooses not to. And like Rob was saying, the churches will infiltrate. We're infiltrating. They don't fight back. I respect the Orthodox Church, and I even respect Catholics, even though technically they're my blood enemy, because they're at least like they pushed their religion, right? They installed their religion. They at least pushed it. There was the Inquisition in India, which yes, I'm upset about. But at the very least, if we were all to be sitting around a table during the time of the Catholic Inquisition in Goa, India, and there was a lot of torture stuff, I could at least respect that because I knew where they stood, right? To Ruby's point, and I'll fully admit this, I cannot tell you who a real Christian is and who a real Christian is not as an outsider, because everyone claims the Bible and everyone claims Jesus. And to us outsiders looking in, you're all the same, because we don't have time to differentiate between the 44,000 goddamn different denominations.
Exactly.
So the church needs to step in, right? If you call it the body of Christ, fine, but the body of Christ needs to step in and do whatever it takes to actually realign shit and kick people out. Otherwise, it's gonna get worse. And that's why I do blame the Christian church, because ultimately, if you do nothing, you're part of the problem. If you claim to be a Bible-believing Christian but do nothing, you are at fault. And as an outsider, I have zero respect for you.
Yeah, and we can look at this on the political side or the American side. If you claim to be American, you stand up for American values and you do American shit. Okay? You don't side with globalist woke agendas. Now, to this point, we're talking about religion here. A couple of weeks ago, I gave a teaser on the 7 satanic churches pretending to be Christian. We were going to play that video back. We talked about that. Do y'all want to take a video break and watch this video? Because I really could use a bathroom break and a cigarette break.
Put it on.
It's about 11 minutes long. Let's take a video break, share this with you guys, and then we'll discuss it and go from there. Is that cool?
Yep, that's great. While you're getting that up, let me know when you're ready, because to Dave's point, that has been happening. It's just not shared as often. I don't think many people know about it. And that's another problem. We need to continue to educate everyone about the good things that the church is doing and get more people on board with that. And I think that's how we heal. We heal our nation like that, locally.
All right. So I'm ready whenever you are, Ruby.
Okay, go ahead. We can press play.
All right, here we go.
Satanic churches pretending to be Christian. Yes, That's exactly what we're dealing with. We are living in a time where the boundary between light and darkness is no longer obvious, no longer separated by distance, geography, or culture. Evil has adapted. It no longer presents itself only in obvious, grotesque forms. Instead, it has learned to imitate truth, to resemble holiness, to wear the appearance of righteousness. And you, listening to this, must stay alert. Because the conflict is no longer just something happening out there. It is happening within spaces that claim to represent truth. The most dangerous deception is the one that mixes truth with lies. The threat is not always outside the church walls. Sometimes it stands behind the pulpit. I want to guide you carefully through this confusion. This is not about condemning individuals. Judgment belongs to God alone. But exposing deception matters. Recognizing falsehood matters. Hearing the quiet voice of the Spirit matters when everything around you is loud and misleading. Because this is not a minor issue of doctrine. This is about eternal consequences. Let's begin. Number 1, Jehovah's Witnesses. At a surface level, Jehovah's Witnesses appear respectful, sincere, and disciplined. Their tone is calm. Their approach is structured. They carry scripture, speak about God's kingdom, and present themselves as devoted believers. To someone unfamiliar, they can look like a group of committed Christians with a slightly different perspective. But appearances are not the measure of truth. Beneath that polished exterior is a system of beliefs that fundamentally alters the core of the gospel. They use the name Jehovah, yet they reject the full divinity of Jesus Christ, which is central to Christianity. In their doctrine, Jesus is not eternal, not equal with the Father. Instead, he is described as a created being, identified as the Archangel Michael. This is not a small theological difference. It completely changes who Jesus is. If Jesus is not fully God, then his sacrifice loses its infinite value. His death becomes the act of a created being, not the eternal Son. And if that is the case, then redemption itself collapses. No created being can carry the weight of all human sin. Only the eternal Word made flesh could do that. But the distortion doesn't stop there. Jehovah's Witnesses reject the Trinity entirely, labeling it as false. They also produce their own version of the Bible, the New World Translation, modifying key passages to fit their beliefs. One clear example is John 1:1. While traditional translations say, "The Word was God," their version says, "The Word was a God." That one small change undermines the entire identity of Christ. Step by step, the gospel is reshaped. Grace is replaced with performance. Faith is replaced with fear, and Christ is replaced with something lesser. This is not the biblical gospel. It is a counterfeit built with familiar language, but filled with error. As Paul warned in Galatians 1:8, even if a different gospel comes, it must be rejected. No matter how kind or convincing someone may seem, if they deny who Christ truly is, they are not presenting truth. They are leading people in the wrong direction. Number 2, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, known as Mormons. This group openly presents itself as Christian. They talk about Jesus, emphasize family values, promote discipline, and appear highly organized. Their community is strong, and their message often sounds positive. But when you examine the foundation of their beliefs, it diverges completely from historic Christianity. Their founder, Joseph Smith, claimed that all existing churches were wrong and that he had restored the true gospel. He introduced additional texts, such as the Book of Mormon and other writings, placing them alongside or even above the Bible. This alone shifts the foundation. Their doctrine teaches that God was once a man who progressed to become God. Even more, they teach that humans can also become gods, ruling their own worlds. This is not a minor variation. It fundamentally redefines God. In Christianity, God is eternal, uncreated, and beyond human limitation. In Mormonism, God becomes part of a progression system that is not consistent with biblical teaching. Regarding Jesus, they do not present him as fully one with the Father, but as a separate being, even describing him as a spirit sibling of Lucifer. Salvation is not viewed as a free gift received through faith alone, but as something earned through actions, rituals, and ongoing effort. This aligns more with self-exaltation than redemption. The idea that humans can become gods reflects the same pattern seen at the very beginning, the desire to elevate oneself. This is not the gospel message. It is a system centered on progression, performance, and human ambition rather than divine grace. Number 3, oneness Pentecostalism. You walk into their environment and immediately feel intensity. The music is energetic, the atmosphere is emotional, and the expression of faith is strong. It can feel powerful, but emotional intensity does not equal theological accuracy. This movement rejects the Trinity. Instead of one God in 3 distinct persons, they teach that God is one person who appears in different modes. This concept, known historically as modalism, has long been rejected in Christian theology. Why does this matter? Because without distinct persons, key moments in the gospel lose coherence. Jesus praying, the Father speaking, the Spirit descending, these are not symbolic acts, they are relational realities. Removing the Trinity removes the relational nature of God. Additionally, many within this movement teach that salvation requires a specific baptism formula, placing emphasis on exact wording rather than faith in Christ. That shifts the focus from Christ's work to human action. It turns salvation into a procedural requirement rather than a finished work. Passion alone is not enough. Without truth, it becomes misdirected. Number 4, the Unification Church. This group goes further than distortion. It replaces Christ entirely. Founded by Sun Myung Moon, it teaches that Jesus did not complete his mission. According to this belief, Jesus was supposed to establish a family and failed when he was crucified. Moon then claimed to be the one sent to complete that mission. This directly contradicts the core of Christianity. The crucifixion is not failure, it is the central act of redemption. Saying otherwise denies the purpose of the cross. This movement shifts salvation away from Christ and toward allegiance to a human leader. It replaces faith with structure and truth with hierarchy. That is not consistent with the gospel. Number 5, Christian Science. The name sounds credible, but the beliefs do not align with Christianity. This system teaches that physical reality is an illusion, that pain, sickness, and even death are not real. But this contradicts the entire narrative of the gospel. If suffering is not real, then Christ's suffering has no meaning. If sin is not real, then redemption is unnecessary. This belief system replaces the need for a savior with a focus on mindset. Instead of addressing the human condition, it denies it. That is not healing, it is avoidance. Number 6, Seventh-day Adventism. On the surface, this group appears structured and disciplined, with a focus on scripture and moral living. But the issue lies in key doctrines, particularly the idea of investigative judgment. This teaching suggests that salvation is still being evaluated, that a person's standing is not secure. This creates uncertainty. Instead of resting in completed work, individuals are left questioning their status. The statement, "it is finished," becomes unclear. That introduces doubt into something that was meant to bring assurance. Finally, the local church movement. This group claims exclusivity, that they alone represent the true church. That claim leads to isolation. It separates individuals from the broader body of believers and centralizes authority within a specific structure. Over time, this creates dependency and limits independent thought. The church was never meant to be confined to one organization. It is global, diverse, and unified by faith in Christ, not by a single system. Now, you've seen the pattern. Different groups, different appearances, but the same underlying issue. Each one presents something close to Christianity, but alters something essential. The test is simple. Does it affirm Christ fully? Does it uphold salvation through him alone? Does it align with the core message of the gospel? In a time where information is constant and clarity is rare, discernment becomes critical. Not everything that sounds right is right. The structure may look similar, the language may sound familiar, but the foundation is what matters. Stay grounded in that. 7 satanic.
So
that just goes into my earlier rants of how whatever the true church is, they allowed themselves to be infiltrated. They're allowed themselves to like have their name taken from them and put on these churches, and nobody did anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, in certain countries is not allowed, but that was a great video. Go ahead, Jimmy.
It was a good video, yeah.
Dallas has been on the camera for a while, so let's let him speak.
Hi, Dallas.
Well, hi there, and I want to thank you for sharing that video, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Well,
I thought it was very interesting. And I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dallas.
I want to tell Ruby, well, I want to say happy birthday, Ruby.
Oh, thank you.
I think that's why me and Ruby get along, because we're both Tauruses.
Oh Lord! I mean, I don't believe in that stuff, but hey,
It's fun
I
to
don't
talk
know.
about, though. It's fun to talk
Yeah,
about.
I know.
No, but one of the things I wanted to point out on that video is, like, towards the end, it talked about using discernment, and not only in the religious aspect of things, but also in the political aspect of things.
Yeah, you got to do that in all aspects of life. But that video just it showcased how they did the exact same thing that they do in politics and in government. They do the exact same thing in religion.
Exactly. All designed to divide the people, start problems amongst the people. It goes back to the whole red ant, black ant in a jar. If you've got they're fine, they're living all happily together, but then you shake that jar, then they start fighting one another. And so what we the people have to figure out is, instead of fighting one another about things, we got to fight the one that is shaking the jar.
Exactly.
And that's what we're in the process of doing right now.
Right. So just like how I always say I don't believe in parties, we should just be all one nation, one people, one race, etc. It's the same thing how I view Christianity. It shouldn't be about denominations, it shouldn't be about different doctrines. That's when you know something's wrong. So that's when you are supposed to do your research, because you have a responsibility to yourself to find the truth. You're always going to find everything else, but it's harder when you're trying to find the truth, and it's going to take time and effort and dedication and discipline, and sometimes it takes an emotional and mental toll, but it's worth it, because you're going to find out what you're looking for if you look hard enough for it.
You go back to our former religion, and while we were in there, we thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were being told the truth. Okay, so let's look on the political side, going back to the CV19 conversation we were having earlier. There were people who thought they were doing the right thing. There were people that thought they were getting the truth from their leaders or experts, but they were misled.
Right. But
So,
you see, words matter. Okay. So when we talk about these things, I don't call them religions anymore because it's not a religion. It's a cult that spreads and preaches
Absolutely.
lies.
right.
So we
Right.
have you kind of have to switch gears when you finally realize what's real and what's not. Then you have to start exposing them for what they are, but you're on the straight and narrow already. You know what I'm saying? You're solid because you know that everything else was fake. Now you're following whatever is real.
Yep.
Now wherever that may lead you, that can be different places. But you're not gonna fall for that again, right? I mean, that's the goal. That should be all of our goal, to keep moving
Right
forward
on.
and not fall for that politically, religiously, spiritually, in your family, in all aspects of life. That's the whole point of what we do here.
But unfortunately, you're going to get blowback on that because there's going to be people like in the movie The Matrix where they are defending the Matrix. You know,
Right.
you try to talk to my mom, who's a full NJW. I could give her all the truth about Watchtower. She won't believe it. Same
Right.
thing happens in the political realm. I can tell and share facts about COVID-19 being a freaking psyop and that it was BS. But the
Right.
people that bought into it, they're going to believe that it was this horrible disease that affected millions of people.
I think that's when grace and mercy steps in, because you can't convince everybody and you can't impose what you know to be true on other people.
Exactly.
But giving mercy, grace, forgiveness, like certain virtues are gonna come into play when it comes to that, because you just can't win everybody, and
Yeah.
that's not our mission either.
Right. And you think about it. If
Right.
if you had somebody who was sincere, a sincere JW, and they wanted to know the truth about the truth, and you started talking to them and sharing them stuff, and then they're like, okay, yeah, I see that, but then you hit on something that they still feel so strongly about, they're going to
Mhm.
push back on you on that.
Right,
And
and that's a good thing. Yeah.
well, but the thing is your reaction is going to determine whether or not you're going to be able to have that person keep listening to you. So instead
Mhm.
of yelling at them and telling, oh my God, you're so wrong on this, blah, 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 you have to have some compassion and mercy so that you can still be able to keep that line of communication open. So that's one
Yeah.
thing that
Yeah.
I've been trying to do on the political side of things. I know I say a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't agree with. I know I say some stuff that sounds crazy. But when I get that blowback, I got to remember, okay, I'm not going to come at you. I'm going to try to help you figure this out too. And then go from there. Because if you
Right.
just lose one person in this war, that's on you.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I have already gotten into these types of conversations, especially with Christianity, and people have told me the same thing. Oh, you left one cult for another.
Exactly.
Even when it comes to non-political things. And even though it's still hurtful, it still begs the question, right? So when I'm in that instance and when it happened to me, the next question is, well, why do you think that? Because obviously everybody's going to have a different opinion, but give me some evidence, give me something that I can work with, and then
Mhm.
let me get back to you so that I can counter with that, if it's something that I can't counter right there and then. And that's the moment where you sit down with yourself, and that's when you reevaluate. When somebody is brave enough to bring something to your face and say, well, I believe this and I believe you're wrong, and I
And then
can say, well, go ahead.
And that's where you have to drop the ego. There's too many people.
Exactly.
There's too many people out
Right.
there that hold on to that ego, and if they don't drop it and be like, you know what, it's okay if I'm wrong about something. If somebody brings it to my attention that here's the facts and evidence of it, I don't have a problem with being wrong, but there's people
Right.
that do that because they haven't dropped the ego.
Exactly. And even more so when it's done publicly, like the way these forums are conducted, it's embarrassing sometimes, right? So they get really defensive and they get angry, and and it's unfortunate, but you still have that responsibility to yourself. That's why I will never be quiet about politics or religion. Those are two major things that we were conditioned to be silent about and
Yep.
not discuss with people because of that. Because
Yep.
they're going to question your beliefs politically and religiously. And sometimes those two things cross over lots of times.
Oh yeah.
So you should be ready to defend that. If you want to, right? Because if you don't want to, that's fine. You're going to vote the way you want, you're going to believe what you believe, and you'll be in your own echo chamber forever, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you come to the public square, you need to be ready to defend those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's better to start where you're comfortable and then start venturing out where you're uncomfortable with the other side and join their platforms if that works, cuz I do that sometimes, and I want to learn what are their talking points. How can I defend myself without disrespecting them and what they believe?
Right.
And there is a right way to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not impossible. We can do it.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's why I love your guys' channel.
Oh, thank you. That's why I love that we created this as well, because I was talking to one of my coworkers the night you texted me, Jimmy,
Yeah.
and we got talking into politics. He's a veteran and he's my age and really cool guy. As
Mhm.
soon as it got to a political topic, his very first few sentences were, well, I don't really talk about this because I want to be careful about other people's opinions and feelings. And I was like, oh, okay, you see, that's a, you know, I respectfully tried to help him understand that that's a red flag, because if you're not comfortable enough to talk about your own political views in the United States of America, there's a problem. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
but see, the thing is they were programmed to have that response.
Right, because they want to play it safe. They want to be friendly and nice to other people at the expense of not sharing their opinions. And that's
Yeah.
my goal. I want to change that.
Yeah, and the reason I say they're programmed to say that is because of exactly what you just said a little while ago, where we've been conditioned here, especially here in the West, that you don't talk about politics and religion. Everybody knows that.
No, absolutely not. I reject that mentality.
But see, but that's the mentality that a lot of people have subscribed to, because that's
Yeah.
what they believed and that's what they were fed.
Yeah,
So
and it's sad, but
Yeah,
you
so
know,
they are manipulating, if we want to go to a spiritual aspect of this, they are manipulating one's free will.
right. And you think it's just out of respect. No, they are
Exactly.
conditioning you to stay quiet and make you believe that it's out of respect.
Exactly.
So you know what, Jimmy? We had a great conversation. I invited him on the show, and he might be here on any given Tuesday. I'm gonna
That's cool.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. And you know what? We kind of like answered our own questions in less than 10 minutes, because he said, well, he gave his political ideology, and then he says, I said, well, why don't you share that more often, right? And he says, well, about people's feelings. And then when he mentioned his ideology, he said, well, it's not that popular, it's controversial, or not that many people know about it. The kids don't know about it. And I started laughing, and I'm like, well, how do you expect the kids not to know about it if you don't talk about it? If you truly believe in that ideology, no matter how controversial it is, if you're not the one sharing it, then who is going to do it? And if
Exactly.
you're a true supporter of that movement, no matter how controversial, then what better person to share it than you? Because you believe in it.
That's exactly why we do what we do.
Exactly. And that's why I told him, if given the opportunity, would you ever share your thoughts publicly? And he was like, of course I would. I just never had the opportunity. And then that's when I told him about this place. And he was so like shocked and surprised, like, wow, I've never had this like moment. I've never spoken to somebody who was like that open and willing to invite somebody like him, because he's like me, on the fringe of the political spectrum where it's not respected. You know what I'm saying? Like our ideologies are considered extremists. No matter where in the spectrum you are, if it's not blue or red, it's no good. You know what I'm saying? And I
Right.
reject that.
Right.
So I don't care how you may think and feel as if your ideas are not going to be accepted in the real world because they might think you're an extremist. I don't care about that. I don't care about what people think or say or feel. None of that. None of it. Because it doesn't matter. It's what you think and you believe. And if you're willing to defend that and then to vote that way, are you willing to do that? That's what matters to me.
Yeah. Excellent commentary there, Ruby. I like that one. I love it when you go on your rants.
Yeah.
I love it. And you respond.
John joined us.
Speaking of rants, real quick, thank you for putting up with mine.
Yeah, you're
we
good.
love it. John, you want to say something, bud?
Huh.
You're on stage.
Just unmute if you have your mic, because you're unmuted on our end, but you might be muted on your end. And
I don't think I'm muted.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Go ahead.
What's up, buddy?
I shouldn't be. It is way past my bedtime. I'm on my way to bed, and I see, oh shit, UPC is still going. I don't know how you guys do it every week. Like when I record in front of a camera, I can pause and go do something else and come back. So I don't know how you guys do it. But when I heard what Ruby said, I never do this.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to hop on because I completely agree. I don't care if I completely disagree with your ideology. If you believe in that thing, you need to speak about that thing. You have to talk about it. You have to say it. Because if you don't, nobody else will. And if you're right, and I'm wrong, I'm okay with being wrong. By all means, give me the information I need to figure out if I'm wrong.
Right.
But if you shut up because you don't want to rock the boat, well, then the fucking boat's going to sink. Because nobody is saying what needs to be said. That's my biggest problem with most people right now is they are not saying what they believe. They don't agree with a lot of what they see, but they don't want to say it because they don't want to rock the boat. But the boat needs to be rocked. Every major important movement in this country and in this world started with somebody who is willing to buck the system.
Yep.
I don't even have to agree with you. I might think you're dead wrong, but by all means, present that information to me and let me make that decision. If you're just quiet, I'll never know if I'm wrong. And that's a serious problem for everyone else who just never saw your perspective. So say it. If you believe it, say it. If everyone in the world disagrees with you, I will still respect you for saying the thing that you really believe. If you're just quiet, I mean, I get it. I do. Nobody wants to face that opposition. I can understand that. I was in the cult forever. I get it. But I don't respect people who don't say the thing that they know needs to be said. Let everybody in the world disagree with you. That's okay. You said it, and there's a certain percentage of people out there who need to hear what you have to say. It's everyone doesn't have to agree with you. I do not ever, I never, and Jimmy knows, I don't look at what people say about me. I don't care what people say about me. I'm not concerned with what some random butt sniffer on the internet has to say. what I have to say is what I say, and the people who need to hear it, and the people who don't need to hear it, well, you can go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. If we don't allow for that, if we don't just let people speak, if we try to censor, if we try to shut them up, the First Amendment is there not to protect the people we agree with, but the people we disagree with.
Yes.
That's why it's there. I might think you are the worst, most heinous person on the planet, but I respect your right to say what you have to say, because if you don't have that right, then who gets to decide what we all have to think?
Yep.
And I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with anyone telling me or you or anyone else what they have to think, what they have to believe, or how they have to feel about anything. I'm not okay with that. I might think you are the dumbest POS on the planet, but you have the right to say the thing you want to say. And I would never take that from you. The problem is, if you remove people's ability and their freedom to say what they think, let's say that their viewpoint is awful and destructive. If you remove their ability to express that, you remove the community's ability to respond to that in a way that presents the actual reality to everybody else. What you do is you drive that person underground so that they spread that vitriol, and the people who agree with them, and everyone else thinks, oh, well, those people don't exist anymore, but they do.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not saying it openly. You need to let them say it openly to let the community respond openly so that everyone can make their decision about who's right and who's wrong. Anytime you drive that underground, all you do is spread the contagion. You don't stop it. You might silence it on the surface for a while, but you're not stopping it. You're just spreading it. So let it be out in the open, let people respond to it, and let everybody make their choice. And you know what? If the majority of the world makes a choice that disagrees with me, okay, I might think they're wrong, but they have the right to feel how they feel. And I am not the God who is here to make the decision about what you need to believe.
Right.
That is not what this country is about. That's not what humanity is about. It shouldn't be, unless we want to repeat the sins and the errors of the past in perpetuity. That is not how we should be looking at this situation. Let people speak. Let them be dumbasses. Let me be one. I want the right to be a dumbass. I want the right to say things that everyone disagrees with. Let them call me out on it, and me to realize, oh, that was kind of stupid. Maybe I shouldn't feel that way, and examine the evidence and make a choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
People make their choice. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Pretty
All right,
sure I've said
off the soapbox.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I said something stupid here on tonight's episode, but that's okay. I'm fine with it.
John, we appreciate you sharing your insights on that, brother. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
that was great.
Well, John, I want to tell you, thank you for coming by and seeing us.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was telling my coworker, is because he would rather stay quiet in public, but at least this kind of it's public, but it's different, right? Because we're live streaming. It's not like you have to talk about these things with the people you see every day. You know what I'm saying? So it gives you a little bit more freedom to come on here and congregate here, and not so much in real life, like school, work, or etc.
Yeah.
So it allows us to do it a little bit more. That's why I told you guys before that I can't talk like this in church, right? That's not the appropriate environment to to have opinions such as this. If
Mhm.
it comes up, then sure. But it's not like I'm gonna be spewing all of my energy like this all over the place, right?
Yeah.
That's why this is like the space for it, so that people feel comfortable enough to do that. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, there's two things I want to point out. One to John's point and one to what you just said here, Ruby, is the fact that these conversations that we have should be conversations that are happening all over the place. It really should. I mean, I go into groups of people and the conversations they're having are so mundane, you know, it's nauseating to listen to some of these conversations. They have no substance, no drive of anything. It's just everyday normal sports, kids this, cats that. It's just normal. It's boring. So, but these conversations that we have, I think they're thought provoking. I think we try to get everybody engaged and share their thoughts. And so I look forward to doing this every Tuesday.
Yeah.
To John's point about people not speaking up, he's done a video on a certain group of people that know the truth about something, but they don't speak up. And that is those PMOs that are inside Watchtower. You know, so that by them not speaking up, they're doing exactly what John says. They're going underground, and most people don't think they exist, but they do exist.
Right.
So thank you, John, for bringing that out, brother. Anything else you want to say tonight?
You know me, Jimmy. I could talk forever.
No, not you.
I know, not me. But you're right. And look, I respect everyone's right to choose their path. Like the PMO, the person who's in physically but mentally out, that's okay. I don't judge people for making the choice they feel the need to make. There are some legitimate circumstances in which that needs to be done. If it wasn't for those people, we wouldn't have a lot of the leaks that we get. We wouldn't get the documents we get. Those are the people who are still in and handing us that stuff. So I respect that there are some people who are doing that for the right reason.
Right.
What I don't respect is the person who's not that guy, who's not leaking information, who's not sharing that information, who's hiding because they, and I get it, it's hard. I'm not going to tell anyone it's not hard. You are literally faced with the barrel of the gun of your entire family's love and affection. And you have to choose between your authentic life and everyone you ever cared about.
Yep.
I'm not going to lie and say that's an easy decision. I'm not. But I will tell you what I did. The minute I knew that what I thought was true was a lie, I called every single one of my relatives. And I told them, I'm like, look, this is what I'm doing. This is why I'm doing it. If you're going to shun me, okay, that's your choice. I get it. But I have to do what I know is right because I cannot sleep at night. I can't live in a world where I'm pretending to be something I'm not. Maybe it's just my personality, but I cannot stomach the idea of living as someone I am not. So I get it. I understand. People are trying to protect something. I get it. I'm not saying it's easy. What I'm saying is if everyone who believed a thing in this country and in this world stood up and spoke their truth, and we knew what the majority really wanted, the world would be a very different place than it is now.
Oh, absolutely.
People hide, and I understand why they do from an individual perspective, so I'm not judging anybody individually. But collectively, hiding from your truth only drags the entire system down to the level that the people who run it want to exist because they feed on your fear. They know you're afraid. They take advantage of the fact that you're afraid. And because they do, we all live in a system that nobody really wants. It doesn't matter what that system is, doesn't matter what that country is. If you don't speak up, you can't complain when the system works against you. You just can't. I'm not saying I'm judging you for it. Everyone has their path to walk. But don't make that choice and then bitch when things aren't the way you want them to be, because you made the choice to be silent. You chose that path. You have the right to choose it, and I would never take it from you, but you chose it. So don't gripe when things don't go your way when you did nothing to make it different. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and for those that may have a hard time living their authentic life or are afraid to speak up or whatever, once you do, and it's funny, John, you said something about rocking the boat. I literally told our state trainer this past week. I said it was the first time we really had a conversation, and we're talking about work, and I told her, I said, well, once you get to know me, sometimes I'll rock the boat because sometimes the boat needs rocking. And so she laughed at that. Today I'm at that meeting and I said something about, I don't know what we're talking about, but I said, well, you know me, Nick, I'm going to say what I need to say. He's like, yeah, Jimmy, we know that very well about you. But the point being is the feeling you get from living your authentic life and being yourself feels so fucking good versus living the lie we lived in Watchtower or living the lie of believing everything the deep state and globalists push down our throats. Once you break away from that, oh my God, the feeling is awesome.
Yeah, Linda James just joined us. Go ahead, Linda.
Hello. So I was listening to John. Hello, John. Let me just say I'm digging your videos. They are pretty awesome. You are bringing the facts and the receipts. So thank you for that. So listening to him talk has inspired me to get on here and say, I have not felt welcome here. And because of a few things, and maybe it's just my own trip, okay? The last show I was on here, you and I disagreed, Ruby, which I know we can disagree. And I must say that I've had Jimmy disagree with me, and I've always gotten really good respect from him. And I think he gets that from me. I hope you do, Jimmy.
Yeah, I do.
So I need a little more grace from you, Ruby, because it took me. So the last show I was on, it was taken down. So I can't take it personally, but that plus a few other things has not made me feel welcome. So I'm wanting to kind of challenge that and ask for some help with that, if that makes sense.
In the last show, what were we discussing that in that episode? Do you remember?
I remember that I was talking about the process of becoming a legalized citizen, and that they don't get to get certain benefits like Medi-Cal and stuff like that. And then you were telling me about communities that you know of do get those things. So it wasn't until I got off the show that I was like, okay, she's talking about a community. I'm talking about an individual person and their process that they go through. I don't know what community you were talking about. So that was what we were talking about. I don't want to get all like, let's
not
get into it right now. But so you were just
yeah.
me, like saying, no, that's not the case. And I was like, but I've really researched this. I've really talked to people. I've grown up in Los Angeles. I know the Hispanic community. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I think I remember that conversation.
Really, really about what you're saying? Really? Welcoming? I'm having a hard time believing that from my experience. And at the same time, I have felt welcome at times. Okay, so I have felt both. But because the last show that we discussed, it was taken down, why bother? Why bother coming here? You know
Can
what
I
I'm
can
saying?
I answer that as an outsider? Can I?
Sure, I
Go
appreciate
ahead,
you,
Dave.
Diamond Dave.
So I'm kind of an
I'm
outsider to the whole
yeah,
XJW thing, but your question is like, why bother, right? Because there are times you feel welcome, there are times that you may not feel welcome, and I'm not sure about the specific circumstance, right?
sure.
What I will say is there have been times where I've made points that I'm going to be honest, Ruby shredded me a couple
That's our
times, and
Ruby.
Yeah.
she flat
That's our
said
Ruby.
she does not consider me an American,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
So and
Has to be our
I
Ruby.
think, and I just want to encourage you because I don't take sides in this. I want to encourage you because having been in the coming out of ex-Mormonism, right?
Right.
Human beings, I'm trying to think of how to word this, but human beings often attribute their value to how others treat them in the moment, right?
Mhm.
So, like when Ruby says, "Oh, Diamond Dave's not an American because he has this mentality,"
Mhm.
right? It can be easy for someone or even me to be like, well, that's not true. I'm an American. I have an American passport. But I think the reality is these systems, whether it's Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness, or other like cult systems, they wire people to to assign their own value based on whether or not people agree with them,
Mm-hmm.
That's a
and
really good
whether
point.
or not they are
Really good
welcomed
point.
are based upon, right, because I felt really welcome when I was in the Mormon church and making them money and encouraging
Right.
people to join and pay tithing, but women would not date me because I used to be a drug addict and I never served a mission and I have a kid outside of marriage, and that's when I didn't feel welcome. Right. And then I realized it's like, wait a minute, I'm attributing my value to this discussion and to the Mormon institution based on what these other random people say. Right. So I just want to encourage you that even though we might disagree on things, you're always welcome to share because this is a
Mhm.
place of
Yeah.
learning. And you know what? There are times that things could get heated because people are passionate about things. And let's be honest, all of us here are learning. All of us, you,
Yep.
me,
Mhm.
Ruby, Jimmy,
Yes,
we're all
totally.
learning.
We
We're
are
all
learning. Yes.
and we are all deconstructing,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so something you may bring up in a conversation, you may have a question and you bring it up, well, that could be triggering to me based on my personal experience with Mormonism that you may not know, and I might kind of fly off the handle a bit. That's
Mhm.
Yeah.
not your fault,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So I just want to encourage you that Ruby and everyone here, you are welcome, right? And to really see the disagreement as you have infinite value and you have something to offer this community, even if Ruby doesn't necessarily agree with your perspective, or if I don't disagree, if I don't fully agree with your perspective. The fact that Ruby lets you come on is a great example of this. You are
Mhm.
welcome,
Exactly.
even though you have. I mean, I'm a Hindu and I'm drinking alcohol, right?
Mhm.
We are fundamentally an opposite. We have a fundamentally different perspective on theology, and we have got into it a few times.
Mhm.
But I still come on because Ruby knows that, and I know I am welcome here, even though we disagree, and even though we have a different worldview. Our disagreement isn't that she thinks I'm less than her or she thinks I'm a bad person. Our
Right.
disagreement is she sees this way, I see it this way. So let's kind of butt heads and figure it out, right? I don't
Right.
know if you're Christian personally, but I do remember Jesus telling the apostles when they were arguing each other, there's a passage in the Bible that says, "Come, let us reason together."
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
The way that the original apostles would agree is literally they'd sit in a circle like a Roman Senate, and they would just yell at each other, right? They would literally just go at it and hash it out because everyone is welcome. It's just that we're all trying to find the truth. Sometimes we might get triggered, sometimes we might get passionate, but at the end of the day, all of us, even you, have something to offer.
Thank you, Dave. And I am coming vulnerably. You know, say I probably do get triggered and get my butt hurt. You know, that
Yeah.
probably is part of what this is. But I
Yeah.
also
And I wanted go
when I
ahead.
was listening to John, you know, if he's encouraging people to be their authentic self, that's the whole purpose of my channel. When I get to do my channel, is to encourage people to be their authentic self, and I've done that when I visited here too. And so,
Yep.
I just wanted to come on here and just admit I've let stuff get in the way,
Mm-hmm.
but I've also felt not welcome. So maybe
Yeah.
that's my
Well,
own.
and
Can I step
I
in for a
want to
second, y'all?
Sure.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
For a
finish
second.
up.
First of all,
Yeah.
Dave, I agree with everything you said.
Mhm.
You're 100% correct, and I'm on board with all that you're saying. Linda, thank you
Mhm.
for what you said, and Dave's not wrong. The fact that Ruby lets everyone come on here and say all the stuff they have to say, even if she absolutely disagrees with them, the fact that maybe you had a disagreement with her and yet you're here talking,
Mhm.
that matters. That
Exactly.
shows you. Jimmy and I get into it so often. It's ridiculous. Like
Not
we
as much as
disagree.
we did in
Not as
2020.
much as we used to, but we disagree on so many things, but that doesn't matter in the grand scheme. And I'll tell you why. Because, like I told Jimmy, I might not agree with his opinion on a thing, but what
Mhm.
I know about Jimmy is Jimmy has a good heart. And
Yes.
I half jokingly told him if he ever gets arrested for murder, I'm going to assume one of two things. One, he's been set up, he didn't
Right.
do it. Or two, they absolutely deserved it and he needed to kill him. It's one of those two things.
Exactly.
Because I know Jimmy as a human being, I
Right.
know his
Right.
heart, he's a good person. So even if I disagree with him on some particular point, I'm never going to disagree with his goodness as a
Mhm.
person. So for you, Linda, and to what Dave was saying, which again I agree with, it's okay that we disagree. It's okay that we vehemently disagree, that we argue with each other. If we ever stop being willing to argue with each other and we go silent, that's when the problem appears. Because if we go silent, now we're fuming about the thing we don't want to talk about. And that produces all kinds of negative effects that none of us want to see because we've seen way too much of that out in the world as it is. So
I
talk.
agree with you, John,
Yeah.
which is why
I
I
want to
came on
jump
right
in.
now and to admit that.
Yeah, and I want
That's fine. Go ahead.
I want to jump in real quick because I'm going to try to word this as gently as possible. But having come out of Mormonism as well as a very highly conservative family, I'm going to say this as gently as possible. But it's like it's always good to to strive towards not taking things personally, like disagreement, right? And I'm gonna be vulnerable here because that's what your channel is about. So here's something you don't know, and I have paperwork to back this up,
Okay.
right? So you might have seen the episode where Ruby said she doesn't think I'm an American. I'm not an American, and I kind of like fired back a bit. That was a pain point. That was a trigger point because I enlisted in the U.S. Navy because I really wanted to serve America because back in the early 2000s and 2007, I wanted to be somebody and I wanted to serve America because back then it was an amazing country. In many ways, it still is. However, I was washed out of basic training because I have psoriatic arthritis. I got a waiver from my psoriasis, my DD-214s. It was a medical discharge, right? So when she says she didn't see me as an American, that instantly came up and bam, I went, right? But one of the things that I would encourage you to consider is taking disagreement as the opportunity to explore. And this is something I'm doing with Ruby, right? And it can be challenging because Mormonism and Jehovah's, the Watchtower doesn't allow us the ability to explore, right? We are put in our boxes. and we're told what to think and what we're to do. But I'm taking this opportunity to explore and be like, okay, that hurts. Why does it hurt? Is there something unresolved here? Could what she said be true? And I've been thinking about this, and it's
Good
like,
question, yeah.
I do love America, but I am Hindu. I follow the caste system. I live in Mongolia. I have shamans in my family. I don't really do a lot of American things. Earlier, I'm eating rice and chicken and like fried egg with chopsticks, right? And I'm thinking about this. It's like, am I really as American as I think I am, right? You know, and so I just want to like invite you to to see disagreement as the opportunity to explore, because we don't know everything, and we don't know everything. And as much as disagreement can hurt, at the end of the day, Ruby still lets me come on here. And that episode where she said she didn't think I was American, that was what, a month ago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
almost. Yeah.
Almost a
But I
month ago.
believe you.
Yet
I believe
despite
that happened. Yeah.
yeah, and despite that, she still lets me come on. She still lets me say stuff. And on top of that, we're finding out that, yeah, we disagree on some points, but we're finding out, and the chat is finding out too, based on their comments, that even though I'm Hindu, I live in a foreign country, we actually agree on a lot more than would like meet the eye.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
And
that's
so
why I came on here, to admit that I got my butt hurt, admitting my part, that I went silent. I stayed away for these reasons, and I'm remembering that Jimmy has shown me some respect. I believe I've shown him respect, and I've just asked Ruby for some extra grace. I'm not wanting her to change who she is.
yeah,
but
well, and I
asking her
think
for
I
some
think
extra
I
grace,
think
and
Ruby's
I'm
a
really
lot
trying
like
to admit my side of this. I'm really trying to be like, this is why I haven't came in, and it's like 80% me. Okay.
No, but I'm glad you did come on, Linda, because that's the whole point of the
I
core
freaking adore
values.
you. I do adore you. Like, I really think highly of you, and you piss me off, which is fine.
Well, hey, family
I'm all
does it,
about
right?
disagreeing.
Well,
I'm all about getting to disagree, but I let a few things affect me, and I did take a few things personally, and I was just in that place of like, I'm still not convinced, and I am still there for a little bit. No, I hope to only be there for a little bit, is what I'm really saying. So
well, yeah, I mean, we're all in the
I wanna
process of
show up
healing.
and
We're all in,
try this again, is what I'm saying.
So
Linda, if
go
you
ahead.
ever have anyone in your life who only says the things you want to hear, who only makes you feel good about everything you believe, that person doesn't care about you at all. They don't. Jimmy and I are the best of friends, and we always will be. I love that dude more than any friend that I have. We get into it, not all the time, but often enough, because we care about each other enough to state the things we believe, even if we know that the other person doesn't. If anyone ever doesn't do that for you, if they just tell you everything you want to hear, that person has an agenda that does not have your best interests at heart. Now, I'm not saying that the people you associate with should treat you poorly. That's obviously, Jimmy and I have mad respect for each other. We always talk to each other respectfully and as friends. But they should be willing to push back if they think that what you're saying is wrong, because if they really care about you, they want you to hear that side. Now, they might be wrong. You might be right. They might be wrong. But if they're unwilling to tell you that, then they're up to something that does not include your best interests. That's all I'm saying.
well, exactly, and that's like what Ruby does. That's what Ruby does with me when we've kind of got into it about religion, because we agree on so much. And like, I can tell that even though we disagree vehemently on Hinduism versus Christianity, like she cares enough about me to say these things. And she's probably be pulling her hair out because this whole episode I've been agreeing with her, and she's like, "Why the fuck is he not a Christian at this point?" Right? You know, but, I mean, you know, but yeah. And my point I was going to get to earlier is, you know, and someone brought this up in the chat. Rod, different chemistry depends on different topics and personalities. Where, you know, Ruby's, from what I could tell, Ruby's a lot like me, where if something needs to be said, we'll just fucking say it.
Right.
Other people won't say anything at all. I'm actually kind of in the middle, where if it needs to be said, I'll say it, but I'm going to try and word it in a way, especially like,
I'm gonna try to do it a nice way.
well, I'm being nice now because, like, I mean, you know, Linda's coming from a very vulnerable state, and I'm not going to like beat her over the head with it.
Thank you,
Right.
'cause
It
I
sort
am
of depends on the
my bad.
situation. Well, no. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, the point is like to meet people where they're at. Sometimes, like in your case, you know, you need support and you need some affirmation here, right? We do care about you, even though we disagree. There are some people who need a stick up their butt or to be beaten with a baseball bat because they're just so stubborn, right?
Yeah.
You are not one of these people, right?
Yeah.
So it's, you know,
Well, let me
and-
let,
As
let me
much,
tell.
as much as I've disagreed or even been irritated, I've never wanted to be violent with Ruby. It just,
Can I
you
say
know,
something real quick?
I
Because
don't-
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy, and then I want to let Linda know my thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay, one of the things that I really liked what Dave said was the see a disagreement as an opportunity to explore. I think that needs to be written and put on a picture. That needs to be a catchphrase or something.
Right.
But see a disagreement as an opportunity to explore. And I can tell you through my experience with John, you know, when I was first in the XJW community and there would be disagreements would come up and everything, I would lash back. I had that JW mentality where I had to be right. But when it came to the political stuff in about March of April of 2020, you know, that's when I had been friends with John for a year. And then I started seeing things that I'm like, hey, man, I think we need to look at this. This is not what we're being told, blah, 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 blah. And me and John disagreed on many points. But however, what I found myself doing, the explore part, was I valued my friendship with John more than winning an argument or being proven right in a disagreement. So, and I also learned that I need to listen to what he's saying. Does he have a different way of coming to information, the way he accepts the information? You know, some of us go on intuition and some of us go on analysts and data and all that.
Right.
And sometimes the data part can take a while to come out, but the intuition, you know, the problem you have with that is, yeah, you could be wrong. And you got to be able to be strong enough to be like, okay, well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Sorry, you were right.
Exactly. I have no problem saying I stand corrected when I get it. You know what I'm saying? But then
Gotcha. And we appreciate that.
I'll still be like, yeah, I'm going to stick with this until there's a reason for me not to. And yeah.
And the last thing I want to say on this, and we probably, Ruby, it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We might want to be wrapping up soon if we can.
Definitely. Yeah.
But the other thing is,
Don't be talking about wrapping it up now. It just got on.
It's good. Yeah, this was the best part of the episode. What are you doing?
We have to remember. We have to remember that, you know, Dave said this is a deconstruction process. And so you can call it deconstruction process. You can call it waking up process. Whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
But
yeah.
the thing is
I see us all in our healing journey of getting over that cult.
And the point
experience that we were in before. Yeah. I control and everything.
And the point that I want to make to that, Linda, is some people are further along on that timeline than others.
I agree.
And that's where the mercy and the grace come into play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for your input. Well, I'm going to tell you this, Linda. One of the core principles of like this whole platform is specifically for people like you. For people who disagree with any one of us, to have the strength to come on here and say it to our face, right? That's what we promote. We want that. We want people on the other side to come up here and to have those types of conversations, right? Even if we disagree,
Right.
it's not personal, it's political, right?
Right.
Now,
Right.
there is one thing that we stand by, which is respect.
Yes.
We never, ever use any type of disrespect or like to one another in speech or use foul language, right, etc. We don't down talk to anybody here. So that's
Shouldn't use
one thing we can
foul
all
language.
agree
Okay.
on.
I'll have to work on the non-foul language. Okay.
I totally broke the non-foul.
Oh no, we're talking
I
about
mean to
like
other
name calling,
members on
like
the panel. Like we
yeah,
don't
cussing each
curse
other
to
out.
one
We cuss.
Okay.
We cuss.
No ad.
Oh, yeah.
No ad hominem.
right.
Okay.
But
Okay.
not to one another. Like that I don't
Thanks
work
for
that
the.
way. I don't
Okay.
talk like that. So that's
Me either.
one
I
thing
won't
that
tolerate that either.
yeah, like we don't do that here. But we do welcome everybody from different political viewpoints and ideologies. That's the whole purpose of why I started the show to begin with, because I felt like that, right? So I wanted to create a space where other people can bring that energy and defend their belief or political ideology, even if it's not popular, right? I just talked about that with one of my coworkers.
Yes.
So that's
That's
one
a cool
thing that
story, by the way.
we always
Yeah.
do here. But I am gonna tell you another fact. Now, whether you take it, if you get offended by it, that's all up to you, right? But I'm gonna be honest always. I'm always gonna tell the truth in my perspective. Like Dave said, if it has to be said, I'm gonna say it, right? But
Okay.
what I will always never do is pander to people's feelings or to their ideology, right?
Yep.
So when I
Or their
disagree with someone,
ideology.
yeah, like I'm not gonna pander to it and say, "Oh yeah, I agree with you," because I want to be liked or because I want to be popular. I would never do that. I would never bend my opinions to fit somebody else's just because I don't want them to get offended by me or because I'm worried about what they think about me, right? Does that make sense? So when I hear something that I disagree with, I say it. I'm not going to stay quiet about that because I'm not afraid about how people view me or how they think about me. Those things don't matter to me in this space. So that's one thing that I can always guarantee to you. I will never ever pander to people's feelings or to their belief systems or theology or even political ideologies. I don't care about that.
I
I want
think
people to share it.
Wow. Wow.
I
I don't know how to. Wow.
I'm hearing,
Okay.
I'm hearing a wow, and I'm hearing what Ruby's saying. So I just wanted to step in here just for a second to kind of be in the middle of this.
Yeah,
And Ruby,
same.
Ruby, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I think Ruby means about pandering to someone's ideology is because of the way things have been pushed down.
May I interrupt and ask for the definition of ideology? Does anybody
Certain
know?
things that you may believe in and believe
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
My
Belief
just
system,
Sure.
worldviews,
Okay.
worldviews.
Okay. Your worldviews, yes. So I can agree with Ruby. I'm not going to accept an ideology just because it's the cool thing to do in those people's eyes. I'm not going to accept an ideology because, well, if I don't accept it, then I'm this horrible person.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do
Right.
that. That's that group of people projecting their stuff onto me. I'm not going to pander to that.
Right. So you can
And
share
it's
it,
also-
but I'm not gonna just agree with it just because I care about what people think about me.
And
Well,
if
it's-
she does something
I
like
get
that,
about you, Ruby. I get that about you loud and clear. I get
but
that.
but even though even that's her stance on that, then the person who she's not pandering to, and I'm just going to say it, doesn't need to get all butt hurt because she's not believing the way that they want her to believe.
Right. Right. I agree with being able to agree to disagree. I agree with you in that.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Here we are in a place where, as we're recovering or deconstructing, whatever we want to call it, back in the org, we couldn't have any different belief system, right? So
Right.
here we are getting to living in this freedom of getting to have different belief systems. So it's kind of us practicing how to have
Well, no, exactly. That was
different
my point
opinions.
earlier, because it's like
Yeah.
some people are practicing having a thick skin and being around people who disagree with them vehemently. Then you have people like myself where, I mean, I'm in the gaming space. I deal with doxing, death threats. Like, I'm learning to be gentle, right? So you have the opposite aspect where you have like influence, you know, because there's really, in my personal experience, in Mormonism, it's like you have people who are learning to stand up for themselves and to realize they have something to offer because they've been beaten down so much. And then you have people like me who got away with a lot, who were venerated by the community, and we could be complete assholes to people. And we're getting a reality check too, saying, well, you do need to be gentle with some types of people, right? So we're, you know, it's like, I'm no different than you. We're just learning different things, right? I personally believe, you know, you're learning to stand up for yourself, and props to you for coming on and like expressing your feelings, because that's a strong thing to do, right? That's a powerful thing to do. You are claiming your power, right? So you're learning to do that. I'm learning to like word things in a way where I don't sound like a complete asshole. You know what I mean? And I'm still learning how to do that.
But we are
Right.
fully transparent on the UPC.
Exactly.
So from the very intro of the song, people already know what type of environment and freedom we have here. We don't censor. This channel is already demonetized officially. You know what I'm saying? So when you come here,
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you. But like when people come here,
like
they
right-
know what they're getting
rite of
into,
passage.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you've been a long time viewer, you already know the type of energy we bring here. So that's the only reason why.
I don't know. I think it was going to look differently, and then I'm hit with something that doesn't. So I might be working on I feel too much. I'm admitting
Well,
that.
this is
that's
what this
okay.
is.
Yeah.
Wanted
That's
to
okay.
tell you,
Yeah.
Ruby,
And
like
that's fine.
if I'm admitting my part and saying this is why I've stayed gone, and you know, basically I would like to come back. I know I'm not requesting permission. I'm just like letting you know I'm
Yeah, you
wanting to
don't
come
have
back.
to.
But I'm also
Yeah.
letting you know that I need a little more grace from you. And if that
Well,
settles
let me
well
say
with you,
this.
then that does. If it doesn't, that's fine too. It's a request. It's up to you
Well,
whether you want to do that or not, Ruby. Because
let me just.
John and Jimmy have a friendship. I hear loyalty between them. Ruby, you've made it very clear that you don't have like I'm not your friend. You've made it very
Right.
clear that people are not your friend. So there's not what Jimmy and John have going on doesn't happen between me and you. If it does someday, that's great. If it doesn't, okay, you know, that's fine too.
Yeah, let me
What?
respond. Let me
You'll
respond to
bring
that,
that up
Linda.
sometimes. Like I just don't give a crap what you think or care. Or, like I don't care. You know, you'll mention that, and I kind of like need to know what to.
Yeah. No,
I need
I
to know
get
what to
where
do
you're
with
coming
that.
from.
Besides,
Yeah, let me respond to that
I
really
want to
quickly because
dismiss it in a healthy way, is what I'm saying.
no, that's great. And this is exactly why I am very transparent about my opinions and my worldview so that people understand me for who I am and that I will never change or bend for other people. So while
And
I
do
do
you
agree
know?
with
Let me
you,
ask you something. Do you know
Mhm.
that I'm not asking you to change who you are?
Yes. And I
Okay.
agree. I agree with that statement because I would never ask that of anybody else either. But this is where I have a problem. I have a problem when people take that and consider it as a personal diss or disrespect personally when I'm just being myself. Right. So that's when I agree with Dave about not taking everything so personally, is because if you're going to come in a
That is
space
something I need
where
to work on.
and exactly that is totally up to the person, right? But when people take it the wrong way and then they judge me for that, that's when I start having a problem for that because it's not that you're not welcome, because you obviously are, but it's the fact that you thought you wasn't welcome. You see, that's where I don't want people to think or feel that way. So I'm glad you're verbalizing these feelings so that you can see for yourself that I have never once banned you or muted you or booted you or said you couldn't be here. But the fact that you felt like I probably come off too strongly with a certain opinion, that's what made you feel unwelcomed silently, and you stood away rather than coming back and coming stronger. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole
Right.
point of pushing us outside of our comfort zone, because I'm never going to make you feel comfortable here. I'm going to push you to be a
You're
better.
welcome here, but I'm sure they're never going to make you feel comfortable. Help me make that make sense.
All right. I'm
I'm
coming on the record
wanna
as
hear from
disagreeing
you.
with Ruby. 100%. 100%. Let me disagree with Ruby.
Do you hear my cognitive
Everything is personal. Everything is personal.
Is it?
You should always take it personal, because if you don't, you won't learn from it. If you don't care about it, it won't matter to you. It won't change what you think. It won't change how you feel. Everything is personal. The only thing we have to go on in this life is what our personal subjective experience has taught you. You've got two choices. Believe your own personal subjective experience, or believe what someone else tells you theirs is. Those are the choices you have. So
There's
you
a
have to
third
take
option.
it personal, but not personal in the sense of being offended by everything. But you have to be willing to absorb it and think about it and decide what you're going to do with it. If you don't take it personal, that whole is business, not personal, that's bullshit. There is no difference. We are always personal. If you're not, you're a robot. You may as well dig a hole and get in it, because you don't really exist. So take it personal, but learn from it. Don't respond to it in a way where you're always offended by it, but let it impact you personally, because if you don't, why are you even taking in the information to begin with? That's my 2 cents. Feel free to disagree with me.
All right, we're gonna have an argument here because
Wait,
there's
wait,
a
wait,
completely
wait.
third option. But
Wait,
I
Dave,
mean,
wait.
I was
Wait,
gonna
wait,
back
wait.
you, Ruby. I want to back you.
Okay, okay. Give your third option,
I am
because before.
Yes, so this is my third option. You can
Go ahead.
like, and this is something that I do and something that this channel helps me to do, is to you can take other people's opinions, like taking John's opinion, for instance, but without seeing it as a personal attack on oneself. That is what in Hinduism is called detachment. So yes, you can hear other people's perspectives. Like, for instance, I hear Ruby's side, I hear Linda's side. I am detached from the situation. So I use both perspectives to explore and to learn from, because if I were to take it as a personal attack, I'm going to be biased, I'm going to be skewed, and I'm going to default to subjective experiences that may have been programmed and may have zero basis in reality, right? So, and to what Ruby's point was saying about being transparent, right? And even Jimmy's point, she's being transparent, she's being in her authentic self. And to what Jimmy was saying earlier, right? Both of them were saying not pandering, right? We are all on our different part of our journey. Some of us can handle intense debate and conversations. Me and Ruby can catch this.
Right.
Like, Ruby and I consider her a friend. We can go all day and all night about Christianity and Hinduism, and we still consider each other friends. We go hard and we don't stop. But not everyone is to that point, and that's okay. And the beautiful thing about the space that Ruby has created is it's open to everyone 24/7. And if somebody, not saying you specifically, but if somebody just like shows up in the chat, watches this and is offended, or is like, why is Diamond Dave and Ruby screaming at each other about religion? If that's not their thing at that moment, and they need time to heal and to, whether it's get thicker skin, whether it's time to develop themselves, or whether they have other interests, that's okay. The door is always open. You don't have to be a specific way to be here now. And you shouldn't try to put yourself in the box like the JWs or Mormons tell you to do, to fit in. We have difference in personalities. Like Jimmy and I, we have a fundamentally different personality. He's
I
like,
was noticing that tonight and watching
you know,
the dynamics of the two. By the way,
yeah.
audience, everybody in the chat, thank you for being encouraging. I've been reading your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like the chat wants you here. We all want you here. Jimmy and I have different personalities because both of us, and even Ruby, we're both like reflective, right? We're both thoughtful. We're reflective. John is reflective. But the difference between me and Jimmy is Jimmy's gonna go about it in his way, but I'm more extroverted. I'm gonna, bring more energy and like aggression, if you want to call it that, to the table.
Oh, I can
Right.
bring that.
Yeah, so hold on.
I gotta comment on someone's comment, which I respect. It was Jakey58. He says he disagrees with me. He can respectfully listen to other folks' perspective without feeling that one of us has to be right. That's missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should be offended. Don't be offended. That doesn't accomplish anything. I'm saying if you stoically stand on the sidelines and pretend that you are immune to all the information coming at you, you won't respond to it in a way that's genuine. You take it personal in the sense that it matters to you what that other person is saying. I'm not saying be offended. I'm not saying, get angry and disregard what they're saying because you don't like it. I'm saying take it personal in the sense that it matters, that what you're taking in from the outside matters. Because if you don't do that, then you become these people who sit on high and laugh at all the pain of the people who are complaining about their decisions. Take it personal in the sense that it will impact your decisions going forward. Don't take it personal in the sense that you're going to be offended by everything or you feel the need for people to agree with you. That's not
Right.
what I'm saying at all.
Right. And I was going to piggyback on that because that's why I brought up the topic of respect, is because I'm going to disagree with the ideology, not with the person personally. So when I attack ideas, I'm not attacking the person, right? So Linda,
Right.
when I disagree with a stance of yours, right? I'm not
Sure.
saying that I disagree with you personally as a person, as if you're a bad person for believing in X, Y, and Z. I'm going to disagree and attack the idea, and then we give our response and our rebuttals to those ideas. That doesn't mean that I'm being disrespectful or if I'm dismissing your ideas. Not the case at all, because I still have you here, right? So that right there tells you everything you need to know.
No,
You can
it doesn't.
share.
Keep going. I mean, keep going.
That's why we're taking the time to explain it to you, because
Right. Thank you.
we want you to understand that it's not just you or anybody else who comes up in here and disagrees with me, because I'm going to say the exact same thing I said to you to whoever else has the same idea. You know what I'm saying? So it's not
She
just
said worse to me, so
well, the point is that I'm not gonna just disagree with one person like yourself. If somebody else came up
I
here,
don't
male or
think that
female,
either.
and had the same idea, I'm gonna say
No,
the
I've
exact
heard you
same
do that.
thing.
Yeah.
Right. I've heard you do that. And what I'm coming here and saying is I'm trying to work on not taking things personal.
Yeah.
Okay. I got to a point of why bother?
Mm-hmm.
And I've taken things that might not have been intended to be the way I've received it. So I'm being vulnerable, going, fuck this. My experience does not feel welcome when I see this, or experience y'all saying this, or that. So this is what I'm wanting to request from you. So when I find these things that, maybe that'll be asking you to pander. I don't know. Let me just ask. So when I'm hearing stuff that really, that I experience as dismissive, can I bring it up? And maybe I just need to work through that.
Yes.
At the moment. It can, Can I just do that? And
yeah, do both.
Oh,
Do
is
both.
that
Bring
okay?
it up
Okay,
and work
thank
through
you.
it. That's what I do. You know,
Thank you.
that's as
I
the
appreciate that.
outsider here, especially because I was never a member of the Jehovah's Witness.
Mhm.
I do both. Like, I express my feelings, I express my disagreements, but I also make sure I work on myself in the process, because it's not Ruby's job to make me feel good. I have to do
Right.
some work as an adult, right? To,
Right.
work
Right.
on my life. Right. So I find personally that this two-pronged approach is why Ruby and I get along so well, even though we disagree on some core things, is because I do take the time to work on myself, but I also express, hey, this is where I'm at. Right now, I'm a Hindu. I drink. I'm dissatisfied with the church. It saddens me how far America's in. I'm upset at the Watchtower from what little I've hearing, because it's hurt
Right.
people. I'm upset at Mormonism. I have these feelings.
Yeah.
But I also have to actually work through these feelings too, because Ruby's not a therapist. Right.
Right.
So it's kind of like a
Right.
two-way street here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You
And
get
we're-
what you put into it. You get what you put into it.
Exactly. And I think it's going to benefit, people that view this, because here we are trying to assimilate into society at large, and we get to have disagreements with people, and we want to do it in a meaningful, respectful way, and not for it to turn into these fiery arguments or anything. Like, that's not what I want,
No.
and I'm hoping
Well,
to get better at it. So
I want to say
Right.
this, that, and this is just my experience, but fiery arguments are good. And
yeah,
it's
passionate.
and here's the thing, and this is something that I've learned because I live in Mongolia. My wife is Mongolian, and this is a completely different mentality than what's in America and the West. In the West, we want to kind of appease each other, which is what Ruby says, right? We pander to each other to make each other feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But here in Mongolia and in Asia in general, the reason why people are so blunt and direct is because they care about you. They love you. Like it, like,
that's what
like,
I've been listening.
yeah, like
You've been telling me-
if
No,
you
wait a
think
minute.
the disagreements, if you think the disagreements between, me and Ruby are intense, you should see when me and my wife fight. It is brutal.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Okay.
But the mentality here in this part of the world and most parts of the world is that if you truly love someone and if you truly honor and cherish someone, you're going to get to the truth no matter how painful it is, no matter how long it takes. I mean, I've had disagreements with my wife, and it spanned like 12 hours where both of us were expressing our perspectives very passionately from midnight till like noon the next day, no sleep, our sleep schedule's destroyed. But because in that context, our marriage is worth it, our relationship is worth it, we're going to get to the truth no matter what it takes. And that's what this page is about, is no matter how long it takes, no matter how fiery it gets, all of us care enough about each other to the point that we want to find the truth. It might be painful. It could be painful. It could be hard. It could be emotionally draining, but all of us here, including you, are worth the time.
Thank you.
Right?
Now that you've
And
mentioned
that's
it,
you too. And it's just, so I would encourage you to kind of like see it from that lens,
thank
right?
you. Yeah.
Because from that lens, I've learned to see it from that lens living in Mongolia in a year, and my life is like fundamentally changed. Because back when I was living in America, I'd avoid talking about politics and religion. I want everyone to feel good. And that's why I mentioned earlier in the beginning where my wife says, like, you're being really slutty, is because sluts want everyone to feel good, right? That's kind of what happens in America. We want
and you
everyone
can
to feel
achieve that
good.
kind of stuff when you know somebody is for you. But when you know somebody doesn't give a crap about you and have let you know many times, and then begins to dismiss you and say they don't care about what you just said, I got to figure out a way to not take that personally. That's what I got to work
here's
on.
the thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing about that too is it's like they don't care what you have to say. The operative words are what you have to say. So what you're saying may not resonate with them, but they're not talking about you. They're just talking about what you're saying. If you were to, like, if you or Ruby were to tell me right now about your experience as a JW, Honestly, I wouldn't care because I wasn't a JW. That doesn't resonate with me. I don't have that emotional connection. That doesn't mean I don't
Right.
care about you. I care
Right.
about you, and I love listening to you, and that's why I subscribe to your channel, and that's why I put
Thank you.
time and effort in
And
that
you
channel.
visited my channel before, and I've always enjoyed having you. Thank you.
Well, thank
Yeah.
you. See, but here's the thing. Sometimes some things that you say doesn't resonate, but that's
Mhm.
okay.
Right.
Right? We don't have the same experience. I'm sure me talking about life in Mongolia, I don't think you've lived here. That may
No, I
not
haven't.
resonate with you, and that's okay too. You
I
know,
don't
you may not
understand.
care
Yeah.
about that.
I
You may
don't
not care
understand
about
that
that, and
culture.
that's fine.
Mhm.
But just because you don't care about me talking about living in Mongolia, which the chat probably doesn't give a shit, that doesn't mean they don't care about me as a human being.
Right.
Those are
Right.
two separate things, and it's a journey to separate those two. Chat
Yeah.
cares about me as a human being. Ruby cares about me as a human being. She does not give a shit when I talk about Hinduism.
Right.
She doesn't. But she
Right.
still cares about me as a person. She just doesn't care about the topic because it doesn't resonate.
I guess. Okay. Yeah. Jay, I do have a channel. It's called the Pasta Babe, Linda Jane. I do a show on Saturday nights at 9 p.m. Southern California time, and I'm more politically on the left side. So
Yeah,
Okay.
and I enjoy when you do come up here, Linda. But just to wrap it up, because we have to end the stream soon.
Sure.
Just always remember that it doesn't matter who says what. You should always stick to your guns. Always stay to your
Mhm.
stance. Always communicate your ideas. Never back down from it. If you can do it, do it. You know what I'm saying?
I
If you
need to work
can't,
on that. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and if you can't, that's okay too. That's the whole point of doing research and joining environments like this that allow you to even have that discourse in a open space, right? But
Yeah.
always remember, I will never treat anybody any different regardless of wherever they fall on the spectrum. So if anybody else came up here and said the exact same things you said, I would respond the exact same way. I don't treat people differently based on ideas or party or religion or gender. None of that, because I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm
There we
always
go.
gonna.
Yeah, I know you don't care.
And it's true, but
So
it's
I got to
true,
figure
right?
out how to be like, I'm going to show up someplace where I'm going to show up on Ruby's channel where she don't care, but I know I'm welcome.
But you
And I'm going to work on
understand where
that.
I'm
I'm
coming
going to work.
from, though. You understand what I mean by that because I've
I
already
understand
explained it
you're
to
saying
you.
it. I can't
I
even
think,
make
I
it through,
think,
so I need to work on that. I need
yeah,
to
Yes.
work on
That's
that.
okay.
That's what I'm
We're all
saying.
working on stuff. We're all working
yeah,
on stuff.
you know,
I'm
for
just working on
for
it.
some folks, Linda, to have that attitude to where, yeah, I don't care,
Mm-hmm.
that is offensive to some people because they're
Right.
like, oh, why don't you care? Why not?
Oh, I'm not going to
Well,
ask her why don't she care.
but
No,
what I'm saying is
that would be
but what I'm
bad for
saying
me.
is
Okay.
that you get to a point to where on some things you really don't give a crap about. And there's nothing wrong with that
Okay.
because it's called how many, what's the, how many fucks do I have left to give? None.
I ran out of
None.
apps. Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
As long
Sure.
as there's respect, that's what really
Yes,
matters. So
exactly.
as much as I
And
try
you,
to respect everybody on the panel,
hmm
at the end of the day, I'm always going to defend my stance no matter what. And I encourage other people to do the exact same thing. So just because I disagree with you doesn't mean you're going to change your mind, right? You're going to believe what you believe and I'm going to believe what I believe.
Yeah.
yeah.
But as long as
And I
there's
think this
respect
is
going both ways, that's all that really matters. So it doesn't,
I am
nothing
for
else
that.
really
Yes.
matters.
I,
That respect brings people to a new perspective because, and I'm going to say this completely bluntly, is because historically on the internet, I am well known, for instance, for supporting family punishment and honor killings. Right now, Ruby is very much against that, but that's the norm here in Asia. Ruby's
Yeah.
very much against that, but
Yeah.
because of the respect she and I have. Right. I respect Ruby and I listen to her positions on honor killing and family, family punishment by the state. And because I respect her, I listen to her and I'm like, okay, this is a valid perspective. Let me compare it with mine and let me consider and let me explore, like I said earlier, other possibilities, right? If there was so she is very much against the idea. She attacks
Right.
the idea, not the person. But because she respects me as a person, I see that and I'm like, someone I respect is giving me something new to think about. Could there be something to this? And so I'm doing a complete, even, I wouldn't say religious shift, but I'm doing like I guess a political shift in some way because I'm very far
Thank
right,
you,
right?
Matt.
But
Oh, you are okay.
but when that respect is there, you can bring people to see your perspective and maybe even get them to like reevaluate their positions, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
feel like this is very important since everyone here is mostly ex-Mormon or in your guys' case ex-JW, right? If you
Right.
want to bring someone from out of the thumb of the watchtower, you want to challenge their position, but you also want to respect them as a person and love them as a person, even though you're 100% against that watchtower. You
Right.
want to respect them and love them. So, like me, they'll be like, oh, Linda, I respect Linda. She's kind, she's loving, and she has this perspective, and that doesn't line up with, what I believe. The immediate question is, why doesn't it line up? And that causes research, and that research causes people to leave. So it's not the disagreement, it's a respect that they have for you that lets them listen to you, that starts that ball rolling.
Exactly. To even
Yeah.
entertain it in the first place. So I'm glad we did this. I'm glad you got to voice out your concerns, comments,
May I
questions.
just
Everybody was
say,
really good tonight.
can I just ask you one thing? What I've noticed is that I'll say something, Jimmy will often, push back, or I'll say, I'm going to push back, Jimmy. And because you have that 3-minute window or whatever, or at least
Mm-hmm.
you did last time I was here.
Yeah.
So we try to do a bit of a back and forth, and then all of a sudden, it's like people want us to just be done. And so we didn't even get a chance to share these. We didn't get a chance to have our disagreements with any kind of reasoning why we're seeing things the way we're seeing. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if when that stuff comes up, because when it gets cut off, I get very discouraged. It's
Well,
like,
here lately we
you
haven't
guys,
been doing the here lately,
okay,
Linda. We haven't been doing the 3-minute thing.
okay, okay. So I'm
So
wanting a little bit of grace in that area. Like there
yeah,
might be a back and forth that maybe could go on more than 3 minutes, just so that
yeah, and
We
we've
could
been
bring the topic back up
we've been talking
okay.
about this particular. We've
Oh,
had a
good.
long discussion about this tonight. So we've
Okay.
made some good steps in this progress.
Thank
So
you. Thank
that's good to know. But it is getting close to a 4-hour live, and it is
Sorry about
1:30
that.
in the morning
Yeah.
here on the East Coast.
It's not 1:30 yet, and I have one last thing to say.
That's what I was getting ready to do, John. Hang on just a second. Hang on.
It's
So-
1:27 in the afternoon here in Mongolia, guys.
I'm
Get
out.
it together. It's
I'm
still
out.
in the day.
Hang on,
okay?
don't be out yet. I think people need to hear this.
I was going to give everybody. I was going to actually say this is the part where we give everybody their last words.
Yeah, yeah. Final thoughts.
These
Go
are
ahead.
my last words, my final thoughts. I don't fit in any box. I mean, Jimmy knows. Politically, I'm not left, I'm not right. I agree and disagree with both sides on different things. I don't fit in any box, I never will. I consider myself a Christian mystic, but almost no mainstream Christian would call me a Christian because they're mostly Lutherans. They believe stuff that was created in the 15th century, not in the first. And so, of course, they're not going to agree with me. That's okay. I don't fit in social boxes. I'm an American. I love the country, but I'll never really feel like an American because I was raised in a cult. That said, all countries are from the devil. So I will never fully prescribe to this country, even though I respect it and appreciate it because I've been to dozens of others. And I see the benefits, but I also see the negatives. So I don't wear rose-colored glasses when it comes to the United States. I love it for the things that it's good at, and I get irritated for the things that it's bad at. That's okay. I don't fit in any box. You don't have to fit in a box. You don't have to agree with everybody else. And the second you think you need to, you're in a cult and you need to get out of it. Those exist politically. They exist socially, your job, your boss, everything, your family. They can all carry the same dynamics because the word cult, all it means is the tribalism, that is burned into our brain that we
Yeah.
think if we disagree with the whole, with the tribe, that it threatens us. And that used to be true, but it's not true now. So you don't have to fit in anybody's box. In fact, I strongly encourage you not to fit in anybody's boxes, because the second you feel like you need to define yourself by somebody else's standards of what's right and what's wrong, you've lost the plot. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you,
so
John.
much, John.
Appreciate that.
So I guess my final
yeah,
thoughts,
go to Dave.
just in general, we're all on different parts of the journey, and that's okay. Some of us may need more help and support, and even healing, right? We don't talk about healing enough. And I talk about this on Ex-Mormon podcast, because people leave the Mormon church, but they don't actually heal, right? They just leave, and then they're bitter, they're jaded, everything.
Oh, that's
everything.
a lot of the
right?
XJW community.
Yeah, so it's like I would encourage Linda, and you know what, just everyone else watching, take time to yourself and understand that you have needs. You have needs as a human being, and if you need more support and attention and maybe even space from certain things, that is completely okay, because you're on your own specific thing. And if you need a break, even from the internet entirely, I know some Mormons who've taken a break from the internet because of how toxic it can be. If you need a break from the internet, it is completely fine to take a break and meet your needs so you can heal and you can overcome and you can be the person that you want to be. That takes time. That is completely okay. We're all on a journey, right? And then Ruby, I don't know if you want to drop the Discord that we're both in, but it's an XJW Discord. It's great Discord, right? It's got something for everyone, right? So if you need, whether you need community or you need space and just want to watch other people's stories and just kind of stay quiet a bit and just heal, I don't know if Ruby's got the Discord up. I don't right now, but that's the Discord to be, right? That's a great place to be, and it's okay to be in a space of healing, and it's okay to understand that some of us are at different points. Some of us are farther. I'm going to disagree with Jimmy. Thank you, Ruby. I'm going to disagree with Jimmy real quick. It's not a matter of being farther ahead, because it's not about comparing. We are all on our separate journeys. I cannot compare my journey out of the Mormon church as a Hindu to Ruby or Jimmy's out of the XJW church as a Christian. I cannot do that. We are completely different people, completely different life experiences and circumstances, right? What matters is you look at where you were, where you are now, and you celebrate how far you've come and decide where you want to go. Don't look at me and where I'm going. I'm doing my own thing. Don't look at Ruby and where she's going. She's doing her own thing. Find what you're passionate about, find your morals, find your beliefs, find your values, and pursue that. So it's not about farther ahead. We're all going and
what I meant by that, just to clarify what I meant by that, some people, let's just say waking up from Watchtower, some people did it years before I did. And so what I meant by some being further along in their journey, that is kind of what I was referring to as a specific thing. If I just woke up to something, but somebody else woke up from it years ago, they're further along in their journey, is what I mean.
Gotcha. Okay. Then it might be different from Mormons, because in my personal anecdotal experience, someone can wake up from Mormonism. Like I woke up from Mormonism immediately and I was out the door, and I have 31 years, over 31 years of life experience before I joined, where I could fall back on and I can do that, right? Whereas other Mormons who were born in it, raised in it, they've been out for years and they still don't know how to, they're still healing, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it's like, I would encourage people to think about, it's not so much how long you've been out, it's what your ultimate goal is.
Yeah.
That's what matters. Who are you as a person? It doesn't matter when you came out, when Jimmy came out, when I came out. Someone came out 80 years ago and is on their deathbed and, they're out. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you think, what you feel, what your morals and principles are, in my opinion.
Thanks, Dave. All right, Linda, you want to give your last words for the night? Thank you, John, for being here, buddy. I see you saying good night, everybody.
Thank you,
Linda?
John, for saying what you said, because you really motivated me to do something I've been wanting to do for a while. And I didn't see this coming, but it happened. And thank you, everyone in the chat and everyone on this panel, and especially you, Ruby, for making sure to let me know that I'm welcome back. And thank you for letting me be vulnerable to say, this is stuff I'm struggling with, and can I kind of get better here? Can I use this place as a place to kind of challenge myself in these areas that I know are just kind of sabotage myself? So anyways, I appreciate you all. And
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Dallas, are you still on? Did you have any last thing? I don't see Dallas on
Yeah,
there.
he's not on
I see his ceiling.
camera.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to say it's been a great show. Thanks for bearing with us getting started late tonight. Really enjoyed the topics. And so hopefully next week we'll be back on at 9. And we'll find out. We'll get back to the political stuff next week. Touch a little bit more on it because there's a lot of stuff happening, y'all. There's so much stuff happening right now. But this was a fun show, and we appreciate everybody. So
Yeah. All right. My final thoughts. I want to thank everybody for joining us. John, Dave, Beau, Dallas, Linda, Leonard, everybody in the chat. Yeah, hopefully next Tuesday I will be accustomed to my schedule. So my schedule's changing and it might change again. So, just bear with me. But I love being here with you guys and having different perspectives, viewpoints, worldviews. It is all welcomed, and I'm glad that this happened the way that it did, because it showcases people like Linda who may feel that way but never talk about it, and it shows how you can communicate that and still be welcomed in a space like this. So thank you, Linda, for sharing your thoughts on that. But I also want to remind everybody also from my perspective. So even though people come to you with concerns like Linda did, that doesn't mean you just bend and fold whenever somebody presents their opinion or emotion onto you. Yes, she's feeling like this, but that doesn't mean I bend to it. I will always defend my position. I will always be outspoken and be myself. And I will never, change my thought process or who I am to help somebody else because they're feeling a certain type of way, right? So it shows you both sides of the coin, and I just want everybody to take note of that, because you can still be yourself, you can still be respectful, you can still have these conversations, and that doesn't mean you have to compromise every single time or change your everything just because somebody else comes with a different idea. Everybody has their own space, and everybody can have those opinions and still be in the same space. You can agree to disagree, like we've said millions of times on here, and we can still communicate things regardless of those disagreements. That doesn't mean you have to change any certain thing about oneself just to accommodate somebody else. Both people can be here. Both perspectives can be present, both can be respected, and nobody has to leave just because somebody else disagrees with that one position. So I just hope that everybody can see that, learn from it, do that in your own life, especially with politics, because you're always going to come across somebody who disagrees with you. That doesn't mean you change your vote. That doesn't mean you change your party. That doesn't mean you change your ideology. Does that make sense, chat? So just let me know if that makes sense for you, because everybody has space to be here, especially in America. We have the freedom of speech to have these opinions and talk about it without going to jail. We have the freedom to disagree with our government, which we should be doing all the time and talking about that. How many times have I spoke against Trump? And how many times have I spoke pro Trump? You see what I'm saying? So those things matter. The two most important things is communication, that's major, and then respect with that communication. Those are the only two things that matter most to me when I'm on the UPC. I could care less about emotion or feelings or party line or talking points or buzzwords or none of that matters to me. Communication and respect are the only two things that are going to get our ideas across so that we can even talk about it and disagree with it. Always attack the idea, not the person. We want to make our country a better place. We can all agree on that. And there's not one specific way to get there. There can be 10 different ways. We can all agree that we want to get to one main goal, which is to make our country a better place. And you can only do that with communication, respect, and your vote. That's what matters. Get more involved, get yourself more educated, and get involved in your local elections. There's one coming up in Florida. We still haven't talked about it, so maybe next Tuesday we can talk about that. But people are running for office. That's what matters. We need to get involved locally, and then we could tackle the federal government. But the state level is what's important if you want to see change faster than a federal change, because that takes longer and we get black-pilled. But the white pill is take your local elections seriously and get involved in that. And then join the UPC and we could talk about it. I want to know where you're from, your party, your ideas, and I want to know how you're going to make your city better, your state better, our country better as Americans. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I got the outro, Jimmy.
Oh, you got it?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, cool.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. We're going to see you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. I'm going to put an alarm clock this time. I'm so sorry, guys, for coming late tonight. But thank you so much for coming, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
They said I lost my mind, said I was chasing ghosts and shadows. I showed them what I'd find, but they just laughed and called me hollow. Tinfoil on my head, they said conspiracy delusion. Every word I said was buried under their confusion, but I could feel it in my bones. A reckoning was coming. I'd rather bleed and stand alone than pretend I wasn't seeing something. Call me crazy, call me broken, call me every name you've spoken. Paranoid, deranged, and blind, but I had something on my mind. Now the curtain's torn wide open. Every word I said is proven. Who's crazy now? Let the record show. Wide awake while you were in the show. They cost me friends, they cost me sleep. Call me unhinged at the dinner table. They rolled their eyes so goddamn deep. Said I was broken and unstable. Lost my job for speaking out. Got unfriended for the questions. Every time I raised my doubt, they made it therapy, they suggested. But I kept burning through the night, connecting every dot they missed. The only question left was when, not if. And now they get this. Call me crazy, call me broken, call me every name you've spoken. Paranoid, deranged, and blind, but I had something on my mind. Now the curtain's torn wide open. Every word I said is proven. Who's crazy now? Let the record show. Wide awake while you were in the show. You call me crazy. You call me lost. You call me, they call me lost, but you never counted the cost. Silencing the ones who see before the rest are ready. You buried us in ridicule, but truth don't shake so easy. Now the world is cracking open, and the shock is written on your face. And I know you want an answer for how you got so taken in this place. Well, I can say I told you so. God knows I've earned the right, but I held this torch for all of us. Not to prove I'm right, but to give you light. I'm not here to burn you down or tell you that you failed me. I know how deep this rabbit hole goes. I know how bad the fall can feel. I was once exactly where you're standing, shaking in the story they were handing. So take my hand, I'll walk beside you. There's a way to step outside this. Now you're questioning, now you're waking. Feel the ground beneath you shaking. Truth is heavy, truth is hard, but you don't have to carry it alone. We were crazy, now we're proven, and the world is finally moving. No, I told you so. Just take my hand. Let's walk out of this darkness while we can. Wide awake, we'll face the dawn. Wide awake, we'll carry on. We were never crazy, we were just the first to bleed.